Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this show runs through the ages. Sinners and saints, goblins and haints, but beware as they say we're contagious. Sick with the truth, we uncover the lies. We beat on the drums as they march side by side. Wake up, my dear friends, and smell that fresh roast. Last night shall no longer exist. You're here by yourself, but you're never alone. As we spin stories you'll hear in the mist. Reptilians and greys, we folk who stay hidden. Mysterious booms, archaeology forbidden. Stay away from the village, keep off of the moors. There's a lady in white and bloodstains on the floor. So sit back and relax, take the load off your feet, as we're here to amaze, entertain, and complete. You see, my name is John, and Stacey's here too. And my, do we have something in store for you. Welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow with your host, authors of Till Death and Beyond, John and Stacey Edwards of ParanormalSideshow.com. Hello and welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow. I'm your host, John Edwards, and joined as always by my lovely wife, Stacey.
Hello.
And we're still coming down from your birthday.
We are. Well, it's not the end of the month yet.
Yeah, we're on the back
whole
half.
Birthday month.
We're on the back nine of October right now.
That's right.
You were a little bit afraid what I was going to say there, weren't you?
I wasn't sure.
About the back nine.
I wasn't sure.
No. I mean, you're just 29, babe. That's what your cake said.
It did. And it said Happy Boo Day.
Happy Boo Day. It's almost like you have a creative husband.
Perhaps.
Mayhaps. I'm sorry. I was listening to, I believe it's the Game of Thrones books. And they say mayhaps instead of perhaps. And maybe that's an old thing, an old English thing, but I love it. I just want everything to be mayhaps.
Okay.
I also like, what is the cringer thing? What's their cowardice thing in there? Craven.
Oh, Craven. Yes.
I love that word. And I especially love the fact that Arya Stark names that one horse Craven because she didn't like it. and that's just, I love that chick. She's so one of my daughters. Just totally one of my daughters.
She is.
Just that kind of way. Earlier tonight, before we started recording, I found out that little Waverly, the beautiful baby, if anybody follows us on Instagram, hot damn. You see the pretty little baby. I firmly believe that she totally knows she's reincarnated and that she is here on a mission to save the world. And this whole time, the reason she's always looking around with knowing eyes, and I'm telling you, her mama was playing with tarot cards and Waverly kept trying to get him, like any baby does, but it was like more than that. It was like, I got something to say. And I was like, just let her have just let her have a deck. I just want to see, because I just had this weird feeling she's gonna be like, because how frustrating is it? It's the Baby Yoda problem. Baby Yoda in Mandalorian kept trying to save him and heal people, and every time it's like, oh, put the baby back in the baby thing. I'm just saying. You all gonna feel really strange when it could have been avoided.
Right. Or you could give her a deck of cards and she could just eat them all.
Well, maybe when it comes out, it's going to mean something. You don't really know. So, did you enjoy your birthday this year?
I did. I enjoyed it so much. I got so many cool presents, and I had a cake, and everybody came over. Well, the family was here, and, it was enjoyable.
Yeah. And
got a lot of surprises.
I unplugged the phone so we wouldn't get any unwanted surprises. And, today's the first time ring.
Hey, I think the phone's ringing. Should we answer that?
It's that high tech phone. It's that one that you put my ring.
I like that ring.
Yeah, I don't know how you caught me. Ring. You gonna answer it or?
Well, you usually answer the phone. The button's near you.
Be my guest. Ring.
All right. Hello.
Ooh, hello, pretty lady.
Oh, hi, great Antonio.
Oh, she knows who I am.
I was wondering if you were going to call me for my birthday this year.
I'll call you maybe. Absolutely, pretty lady. You look so good.
Oh, thank you.
You don't look a day over 27.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's okay. That's what I'm here for.
Hey, John, it's great Antonio.
I don't need to talk to him.
Okay, I'll talk to him.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't need to talk to him. No, that's okay. You can talk to Philip. Philip likes you, John. Oh, I don't care. I'm gonna go play tarot cards with Wavy, I think.
Okay.
I don't have.
I'll let you know when I'm done.
Okay, that sounds like a good one. Philip, you want to go? Philip! You can't get help this day. We finally sold the island, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Found out some very terrible things about that island.
Yes. Good thing you sold it.
A good deal. It's too good of a deal. All these little things that we found, and it was not good at all. Philip has to stay within 100 yards away from any island now for quite some time. And planes and expresses and all that. Of course. It's a strange time, pretty lady.
It is.
But speaking of strange times, the great Antonio had to give you your birthday present because you're so sweet to great Antonio.
Aww.
You warm up his souls, and it just wants to say how much he loves you and adores everything that you do. So, pretty lady, I'm going to give you some predictions.
Oh, good. Predictions for my birthday.
Birthday predictions.
Oh, yay. Okay. I'm excited.
I would hope so. This is something you get for free. Huh? The hopes of Great Antonio is that you spread the word and get Great Antonio some readings. And
right.
As soon as Great Antonio gets the internet again. It's very strange. It's Philip here. 25, yes. We have to pay this lady here at this hotel. She lets us use this and the Skype.
I see.
Yes, it's very nice. It's very nice. Although she's got a very strange web history. I don't understand, but I kind of like. It's something to do with it. It doesn't matter what it's to do with.
No.
Okay, all right. Get to the spirits here. I get to get the going. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Okay, pretty lady.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans. Oh, I like New Orleans.
Oh, yes, good
I
city.
like to take you down there. I'll show you some beads. What color beads you like?
Purple.
Purple beads it is. Philip, get the purple beads. For pretty lady. Yes, tons of them. Many opportunities. Yes, the bigger ones, it just keeps it that way. Pretty lady. Mm-hmm. New Orleans. I don't have such good news for New Orleans. Maybe we should not have started there.
Maybe not.
2021, I've got a major impact in New Orleans.
Oh, I see.
Now, I don't know if we're talking impact crater or hurricane or possibly somebody wins a Super Bowl or something. That doesn't look very likely, though, does it, Philip?
So it's just some kind of impact.
An impact.
Okay.
You'll hear the name New Orleans.
Right.
And it will be impactful.
Okay.
Not like it's the first time you ever heard. It's like, oh, what a name that is. No, this is something will happen in New Orleans.
Okay.
However they say it down that way. But that was a pretty big one, and it came to me harshly.
Okay.
So I thought I needed to mention it because this is all fun and games, but it's not, is it?
No.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Impact cities. Because of the New Orleans thing, I was like, Spirit, give me more cities.
More cities where there's going to be more impact.
More impact.
Okay.
And I asked Spirit. Spirit originally said 12 months to 36 months. I said, no, Spirit. I come on more often than that. So I needed something better. So we go, the first one, we can say 7 months to 15 months. Mm-hmm. I feel these are going to be very impactful. San Francisco. San Francisco impacted me quite heavily last time I was there.
I'm sure it did.
In fact, I don't believe I'm Great Antonio go back to San Francisco for a while.
No, not with that accent.
No, wait. What accent?
Nothing.
Okay, pretty lady. You get a little wise. You get I see how you do, huh? A little creepy. All right. I like creepy, though. You're so sexy. I'm looking at you right now on the Skype.
Are you? Okay. Yeah. Well, continue.
Good thing my side don't have a camera. Anyway, Washington, D.C. Well, that's a gimme. Mm-hmm. Yes, but not on this one. This one is unexpected. We may see some rearranging of furniture. And the next one, we go Fairfax, Virginia.
Oh,
I believe these are connected.
yes, that's fairly close to
Literally
Washington, D.C.
connected.
Mm-hmm.
But I got them side by side.
Right.
So, and then it gets a little bit strange for Great Antonio because I don't even know where some of these places are. Oh, they sound like I should have a trailer there. Sarajevo.
Mm-hmm.
It's Sarajevo and Jerusalem.
Oh, okay.
Yes, these are going to be in the news. These are going to be in the news for something big. And I had the same thing happen with two others.
Mm-hmm.
Laos and Myanmar.
Okay.
Or Burma. This is where they make the python.
Oh, I see. That's where they make it.
Yes, in the Harry Potter, where he said,
see.
"Are you captivity?" And he said, "No, the snake got loose."
I got you.
Yeah, that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Myanmar, Laos, but it's big impact.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't write it. I just receive it.
Right. You just pass on the information.
I'll pass on all kinds of information to you. All right. So let's leave the impacts for now till I sneak in your window. The next one. I believe this one you like.
Okay.
I believe that you're really interested in the Kurt Cobain.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very much. It's the sweater. I understand. I like that performance too.
Right.
But the Kurt Cobain, we believe he's wronged, and we have these investigations that close and open and close and open, much like his ex-wife. And it's just one of those things. Speaking of holes in investigations, I believe that some holes in the investigation will point to something lovely, and I believe there may be something happen to someone. I don't want to say anything bad.
Right.
But there could be something that happens that opens up some documents or some personal documents that girls keep under pillows.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that something's going to come out that really indicates what happened.
Oh, so we'll finally get some real answers.
Real answers.
Real answers.
I refuse to say what those real answers should be, but it would be nice to have some closure.
It would.
So we'll just keep it at that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm being coy, you say. As you say. How you say.
Right.
Yeah, I believe I said that right.
I think so, yes.
It's better than Yog. All right. So next, the dirty word. Sorry, pretty lady. The COVID-19.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's going to leave like it came, much like Great Antonio. It's going to just be gone. And I mean, as far as way we look at world in our memories, it's going to go out really quickly. It's going to be very strange.
That's nice.
Ah, yes, it's nice. It's nice. It's very nice. It's strange. It was here, and then it's going to be gone. But I believe it's going to happen over like a month. You're going to see everything fall, but not in the fall. I feel spring.
Oh, so we still got a while yet.
Yeah, we do. We do. But the thing is, it's going to be gone for a while, and then it'll come back years and years later.
Oh.
And when it comes back, we'll eradicate it.
Oh, well, good.
Once and for all.
Yes.
So I thought I should throw that out there.
Okay.
Okay, this one is very interesting to the Great Antonio. I truly see that a dead icon, the worst kind of icon, but a very dead icon is going to have some music that is found.
A very dead.
Very dead. That's graveyard dead. Icon is going to have some music that is found. No one knew it existed. Probably his drugged out friends or something had it. I don't know. But this icon is going to release the music. Well, he's not going to release it. That would be another story altogether.
Yes, that'd be weird.
You would need to go redeem yourselves if that starts happening. But no, this full recordings of this icon in the music industry.
Oh,
and people are going to be very of the happy.
I'm sure.
So it's going to be very, very neat when it happens. This one is next 12 months.
Okay.
This one is next 12 months. This is very serious. Before next Halloween. Absolutely. Before next Halloween. Great Antonio from the other side, from the beyond. I am getting that a discovery will rock the very foundation of this planet. When I say a discovery, Great Antonio does not screw around, as they say in the high schools. He is telling you 100%. it will be mind-altering, blowing, like the blowing of the rock in North Carolinas. It's one of those. And it's a discovery.
Okay.
You'll have no questions when it happens. You'll say, oh, shit.
Definite discovery.
That is a discovery. It blew my socks off.
Okay.
Literally. There will be something horrible.
Oh, no.
Absolutely there. But I have to tell these things. It's the spirits they're not kind to Gran Antonio. They're very mean to Gran Antonio. I've always had to deal with the old man's spirits that are very creepy and ask me for candy. But it's just one of those things. Space tragedy. This is not a David Bowie song. This is space tragedy as it will be televised. I see people not having a good space trip.
Okay.
And it will be televised and lots of people will see this and it will be very, very sad.
Okay.
I do believe that I have the year on this one, and I don't see 21 on it. I believe this is 23.
Oh, okay.
But I believe that it will be some, as you say, civilians.
Ah, I see. One of those. I mean, there's a lot of companies doing this tourist things.
Unfortunately, this will have televised tragedy. And that stuff that you can't get bleached to get off eyes.
True. Very true.
The next one that Great Antonio gets from the other side and from the sorry, I was speaking in tongues. Reality shows. Oh, yes, nauseation. the reality show. There will be a death on a reality show. It will be a great of the deals.
Okay.
And people will actually tune in more.
Oh.
To see this because you're sick bastards, all of you.
It's going to happen on the show.
It's going to happen on the show.
Oh, wow.
And the problem is this will be a live show.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Okay.
This is going to be platform someone used to push a bad agenda. And a live show, somebody goes the way of bye-bye to talk to Gran Antonio in the hard way.
I see.
Yes. This is a big deal.
Sounds like it.
There will be the reformation of the social medias.
Ah, okay.
This one we see already. This is not a big ledge that I step on.
Right. Something like that.
Great Antonio sees this happening. But the reforms, they happen. They will happen. It's to step in the boundaries, and they overstep like Pakistan, India, except they're not getting shot. It's one of those boundaries. It's big deal. I see many boring days.
Yes.
Of courtroom deliberations. Why we speak of courtrooms. This is something someone expect now and before your elections. But I believe this will happen after your elections, regardless of who is sitting in your election hall or
right.
your house, the House of the White.
I like election hole.
I like your election hall. I vote for it. But yes, the House of the White will after we fill it up. There's going to be what you say indictments, several indictments and lots of chicanery go down. But they wanted to wait for election. They felt like they would be the heavy meddling if they did it now before election.
Ah, I see.
Even people on same side of people that will be on the side that is prosecuting other people.
Okay.
his people still waited. They didn't even tell him. And they wait till after election regardless of results. And then there's going to be indictments for people doing bad. I see.
Yeah, I mean, that's good.
Well, I mean, yeah, if they do bad, it's good to get caught. And plus, it's nice TV. It's a lot better than watching the boring Twitter people. Okay, so this one's good.
Oh, a good one.
This one's good. Huge economy boom.
Oh, yay.
Yes. The biggest ever. So people will be at the work.
Oh, good.
Except for Great Antonio.
Right.
But people will be at the work. And maybe husbands will be at the work.
Maybe.
Yes. Okay. Oh, how funny. The next large sex scandal will rock the world.
Is it yours?
If it was, it'll rock your world. Sex scandal that will rock the world is very, very close. This one's very close. This one is early spring. A late winter, early spring. This will involve many people who usually have protection, but no, not sex protection. I doubt they've ever used that. But we'll say that they have protection normally from places that are not going to protect them anymore because they're like, oh, this one's too much. We can't touch this.
Gotcha.
You got me.
Gotcha.
Okay, this is big. This is going to affect many country.
I see.
Many country. They're going to care about it, but it'll sell lots of books.
I'm sure it will.
The legalized weed. Is that how you could say it?
It is.
The weed. The THC.
Right.
The THC will be legal everywhere.
Oh, that'll be nice.
All the states, even Bible Belt states. They're going to go with it.
Well, good.
Just say, well, I believe there may be 2 states that don't go with it. But for the most part, it's everywhere.
Right.
A huge shakeup. Lots of shakeups.
Okay.
It's like a salad shaker of the year. Huge shakeup with the Vatican.
Ooh.
This shakeup will forever change the foundation and beliefs of the Vatican.
Oh, wow. The foundation and the beliefs.
Yes, their beliefs are like the wind sometimes.
Right.
But this is actually going to be a formulated change that they look to gain the new member and do things that will make people come back to the church.
I see.
You will love the E's and the T's. And this is just for you, pretty lady.
Okay.
This one was so for you. This is one that they weren't giving me, and I had to ask. Just that she likes the E and the T, and they were like, okay, here you go. You have been seen little bit by piece by piece of all the things the great Antonio sees from the other side coming from the UFO.
Okay.
And all this thing, they say UFO were real, and this went really fast, and yay, and all this stuff, and bore you to death with the same 4 seconds of film. It's to the point where we don't care. We ask for they take the Travis Walton back up with them, please.
Right.
Give him a better story or a part 2. Something else. Something along those lines. But what we find out is that we have solid proof from the ETs.
Oh.
Solid proof. We already have solid proof, but this solid proof is not dropped from an ET.
Right.
This was already here. And this is going to be revealed.
Ah.
Not by the fat man with the songs, but no, this is going to be revealed by our own government.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to be revealed in a very backhanded way. It's very strange how this comes to me from the spirits. But what they're going to say is, from our own history, we will reveal truths about ETs that will have something to do with the Vatican shakeup.
Ah, so is it like an ancient alien kind of thing?
It's a very, without my man Giorgio. Yes, but Giorgio will probably call Great Antonio to celebrate on this one.
Ah, okay.
It's that kind of skinny jeans love.
I'm excited for that one.
Not as excited as Giorgio gets. But I tell you.
Well, I mean, he has to get his hair to stand up like that somehow.
Oh, I make your hair stand up. So I tell you, this one's big. This one is it's the way the spirits say is our history, reason for hiding.
Okay.
All these years. So it's good, and it shake up the entire church.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Something else that you like. I know you like the Zach on the Ghost Show.
I do.
Yes. So the Zach is going to catch something.
Oh, okay.
Not the COVID.
No, I hope not.
No, the Zach is going to catch the most amazing paranormal footage that it's ever been captured on television.
Wow, better than the very first thing
Very
you
good.
ever caught?
Very good. Very good.
Wow.
This is going to actually pump ratings and boost people and all that good stuff. I believe they might make a documentary of it instead of a television show that's a little foggy, but it seems like a movie. Regardless, it's going to be really big deal. And let's say 1 year, it's going to be a huge deal. It could be this year. I just know that it will be somewhere around the eve of Halloween.
Wow. So they're going to catch something just amazing, definitive, no doubt.
Very, very, very amazing.
Well, good.
And it's not like Great Antonio to put over the other men.
No, this is true.
And we have a lot of people. We have a lot of the hunters of the ghost that listen to the show, and they're all like poo on each other.
Right.
They're like, poo, I'm better than him. There's a lot of testosterone. They all like the pretty lady. You know, see, I have the best evidence. And yes, Great Antonio has no best evidence, but he knows how to use the evidence he has.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. So, pretty lady, make it nice. Philip, turn the air on. Oh, yes, we are outside. All right. Very nice accommodations. Okay. Oh, Great Antonio wrote, Great Antonio needs to stop talking to spirits in the dark. He wrote 2 on the same line. It says cloned organs, cattle mutilation. It's very, very bad visual. So, Great Antonio from the other side. On with my mystical powers. I see cloned organs, and not like not organs like that, or organs like boom 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 boom,
like human organs.
Thank you.
Yes.
Couldn't get there, Claude. That was bad. Clone the organs, and they will take away problems from people waiting in lines. I guess people wait in lines for these organs.
There's lists.
Yes, those.
You have to get on the list.
So they will not have to be those lists now.
Oh, that would be amazing.
It's very inexpensive, and we're looking 6 years.
Oh, wow.
They gave me exact on this.
That's awesome.
And it's also going to create its own problem.
What problem is that?
Oh, well, life expectancy.
Oh, okay, true.
It's a bit of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we may have to Hunger Games. We don't need a bunch of these old senile bastards out there. I think once you forget everything, we just put you in a room. Okay, Great Antonio has a little bit of heart.
Right.
I would not do that.
No.
Not the pretty lady.
No.
Yes. Pretty ladies forgot many times after drinking Great Antonio's tea. All right, let's see here. So next, would you like a Jello pudding pop, pretty lady?
No, that's okay.
The cattle mutilations. We know you like the cattle. You don't like the cattle mutilations.
I don't like them, but there have been quite a few.
Well, yes, there's going to be quite a few more.
Okay.
In the next year.
Okay.
You're going to see upwards of 2,000.
Oh, wow.
2,000 credible cows.
Wow.
Yes. This scares Great Antonio.
Like they're actual cows. They're credible.
With the hope they're not pantomime cows, because then there's going to be a whole nother investigation.
Definitely. It's a whole different thing.
I was thinking maybe that would be the place to investigate, where it's a hot spot, and then you could wear the pantomime outfit, and it could get very interesting for Great Antonio.
If I'm going to be a pantomime cow, I'll need somebody to be the back.
Oh, that's where the Great Antonio wanted to be, with the assless cow chaps.
Assless cow chaps.
So, moo. So, it's just calm down, Philip.
I don't think Philip's the one that needs to calm down.
Yes, yeah, you're not sitting beside Philip. Yes, I'll call you Prince later.
Do you have any more predictions, Great Antonio?
I have a few more predictions.
Okay.
Are you trying to give
I'm just trying to change the subject.
The heave and the hoe. Okay. Yeah, this one's going to be good. Great Antonio from the other side. I'm getting this. It's good. Keep rubbing, Philip. Oh, yes, there it is. A cryptozoological animal will be spotted on national news.
Oh, wow.
Yes, with ones other than nighttime anchors.
Right.
We see lots of those wildebeest. But no, this will be a crypto zoological fucking thing. Oh, that was all Italian. Whatever you think you heard, you did not hear. Great Antonio, don't talk like that.
No.
No. How you say no? No.
So you mean it's just going to be there, the news isn't going to realize it's there?
Oh, they're going to realize it's going to scare the shit out of them.
Okay.
They're not going to be able to explain it. The kick of the matter is it's not going to be anything that anybody's drawn pictures of before.
I see.
The Winchester boys never hunted, but it's absolutely nothing that anybody's ever seen.
Right.
And it's kind of ferocious.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's did not want to be found.
I'll have to start watching the news.
No, you won't have to. You'll see it very quickly. It's not wanting to be found. It's small world country that sees it, but
I see.
It's still gonna make it. It's pretty cool. We'll name it something.
I'm sure.
Great Antonio is very fond of this next one.
Okay.
There will be an A-list celebrity hacked nudes again. Big drop of hacked nudes.
I see. I see.
Great Antonio barely made it through the first round.
An A-list celebrity.
A-list celebrities.
Wow.
Yes, the men and the women.
Oh.
A-list celebrities.
Okay.
And it's going to be a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
The reason Great Antonio sees this is this time there'll be a death.
Oh.
Yes, could directly relate it to what comes out.
Oh, that's terrible.
It is very bad.
Mm-hmm.
It is very bad. You need to check your pecker with this one. Because sometimes people kill for it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be one of those deadly Lifetime movie says.
I see. Yeah, definitely going to be a...
How you say Afternoon Delight?
It's going to be a movie.
Yes, on Lifetime. Great Antonio loves Lifetime.
They'll air it right after the whole mother kills cheerleader daughter movie.
That was a good movie. That was a good movie.
Several of those, I think.
Those other bitches did not understand. Okay, so Great Antonio has one last prediction.
Okay.
This one is not a good prediction. I'm so sorry. There will be a plane crash.
Oh, no.
And it will be causing lots of discussion very soon. I believe this plane crash may have something to do with one of my impact cities that Great Antonio said it better earlier.
Oh, I see.
But
I
this
see.
plane crash will cause lots of discussion because of people that were on the plane.
Uh-oh.
I just say that this will be political.
I'm sure. Okay.
And it's a big deal. You'll see this one play out soon.
Okay.
So Great Antonio was here and they said this, I'll have to go into hiding again.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't ever believe Great Antonio.
No, this is true.
They take me to the police station. I like the uniforms. Things get ugly and bad. They want to hide their dirty secret. That's the only reason I get out. It serves me well.
I see.
Philip gets in lots of trouble though.
I'm sure.
They keep him for a while.
Can't take Philip anywhere.
Well, you can take him, but he doesn't usually get to leave without a billy stick up his rear. Well, never mind. So, pretty lady.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday once again.
Oh, thank
Great
you.
Antonio loves you, you beautiful thing.
Well, thank you
so
for coming
sexy.
and doing predictions for my birthday.
Oh, no problem. No problem. You're so sexy, so young, so luscious.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, we'll talk 2 years later.
Okay. Bye.
Ciao. Sorry, it was me sitting down.
I see.
I only heard a couple of them. It sounds like hogwash.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a mixed bag this time.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. You may just want to edit the whole thing out, and we can just.
No, I'll leave it in.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Okay.
It's all right. So, keeping in the mood of Halloween, as we like to do on October.
Yes.
I wanted to hit a few things. So I've got a few little lists I'm going to talk about. I've got some stories I'm going to get into and a few other goodies for Halloween because it's, we're getting right there, folks. So I like to give you some specials and some bonus content. And for this bonus content, if you're wearing headphones, I want you to go somewhere dark. I want you to go somewhere in the house and, just sort of lay back and close your eyes. And just listen because I'm going to tell you a little story. And if you're driving, well, don't close your eyes. But I'm still going to tell you the story. If you're in school listening to this, then I don't care what you do. You can close your eyes. It's not going to help you anyway. So here's the deal. There's a story that used to scare the dickens out of me when I was a kid. And it was actually featured on an album I had, an LP album, Great Ghost Stories from 1973. I don't know why I got this old album. Now, it was a K-Tel album, I believe, but it predated me, but I had it. I still have it at my mom's. And it's called Great Ghost Stories. Great album. It's exactly what you think it is. But this story is an old story that goes back across the pond. America, the old country, everywhere. Mark Twain has a famous retelling of it because he loved it as a child. It scared him to death. His had a little bit too much, let's just say ebonics in it for me. Mark Twain was a great writer, but he got a little bit, he got a little bit out there sometimes. Mm-hmm. But this is Always been one of my favorite stories, so I'm going to retell it myself. I would like to tell you a story. A very old story that I've heard from my grandfather. He said that many years ago, there lived a man and his wife. They're an ordinary couple, and every night the man would seat himself before the fireplace and smoke his pipe and watch the smoke rings curl beneath the chimney. Now his wife was really not an ordinary person at all. For after she finished her chores about the house, she too would take her place before the fireplace. But her left arm and hand were made of solid gold. And she would polish and shine that golden arm over and over. One night she said to her husband as she polished that golden arm, she said, would you promise me that if I should die before you, you will bury me with my golden arm? Will you promise me that? And he said, huh? And she said, promise me now that you will bury me with my golden arm. And he said, oh, yes. Yeah. I will. Do not worry. Well, many years passed, and they lived together, and they were quite happy. When one day the old woman died, and I suppose it could have been from carrying the weight of that golden arm around. And the night before they buried her, her husband thought to himself, I can't let them put that gold in the ground. What if I had that gold from that golden arm? I could buy myself a brand new house. I could buy myself a brand new suit of clothes. I could buy myself a wagon and 10 white horses. So he went to the place and he cut off the golden arm. And the next day his wife was buried without her golden arm. But that night he stood in front of the fireplace holding the golden arm and thinking to himself, I got the gold from the golden arm. I shall buy myself a brand new house. I shall buy myself a brand new suit of clothes. I shall buy myself a wagon and 20 white horses. Yeah. And just as he admired that golden arm, he just happened to look through the window, and the sky that had been so bright with stars was now very dark. And the wind started to blow around the house. And the noise of the wind, you could barely hear a thing. But over the sound of the wind, he heard, who's got my golden arm? Who's got my golden arm? Oh, he said, who's that? Somebody wants my golden arm. I gotta hide. He looked all about the house, and there was only one place. It was a closet. And he started toward the closet. But before he opened the closet door, he looked through the window. And the sky was darker and darker, and the wind blew harder and harder, and the voice was just outside the front door. Where's my golden arm? Oh, he said, it's coming in the house. So he stepped into the closet and he slammed the door and he turned the key. Oh, he said, I'm safe. But inside the closet, it was dark. It was dark. And all about the house, the wind blew harder and harder and harder. And all at once, the locked closet door, started to open. And the candles had burned low and out, and the fire had gone out in the fireplace, and the wind no longer blew outside. It was quiet, but there was a voice standing in front of the closet door. Where's my golden arm? Who? You've got my golden arm! And the ghost of the wife grabbed the golden arm, ran down the hallway, leaped through the window, and nobody's ever seen that ghost or that golden arm again. And that used to scare the dickens out of me.
I bet.
I love that story. Absolutely love that story. And I wanted to share it with everybody for Halloween.
Yes.
So, if there's anybody out there that's not heard the story.
I'm sure there's several versions of it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's, I could rewrite it with gold and anything.
Let's not do that.
She stood by the fireplace rubbing that gold. Just polishing and polishing. But, Did you like that story?
It's a good story. You put a lot of good voices to it. Very creepy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I take pride in my golden arm story. I've scared many a young child with that story.
I'm sure you have.
Yeah. I got something I want to talk about a little bit because it is the Halloweeny season. And we like all things creepy, but look, this year we're all a little bit sad because we can't do things like trick or treat and all the cool stuff. You know what? I am so worried about dentists. I'm worried about diabetes doctors. I'm worried about the candy industry.
It's just going to snowball, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, think about all the things, all the costume people, like these chintzy ass companies that just put out costumes.
I do have to say there are quite a few costumes left at the store, and normally by this time of year.
Well, I mean,
not any.
Where are they going to wear them? I mean,
exactly.
Epstein Island. I mean, there's only so many places a kid can dress up like that. I'm just saying that it's really weird. It's really crazy that you think about these. Some of these places, like fireworks places, right? If you own a fireworks place, like one of my friends who made his $14,000 in 3 days, that you open once a year, right? I get it, and that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's the right thing for a Southerner, It's like, I'm going to work these 3 days and make $14,000, take the other $14,000 off the check, and little Junior got that little bump on the head, so we get that check once a month. And I'm from the South. I could say this. I actually had family members that would figure out the checks, It's like, we need one more kid, Betty, and just to kind of sum it up. But anyway, I digress. I'm worried about these companies. What's going to happen to these poor, conglomerates of corporate greed?
I don't know. I guess they'll have to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
Or something.
Maybe make something healthy. But anyway, the one thing is, we suffer, okay? And the we, me, you people, the loves of my life, I worry about you. I worry about the listeners. And that's what I'm here for. It's just to love on you and hug on you virtually. Unless you're doing a live event, and we'll do it in person, I don't care. As long as you're wearing your mask, you can touch anything else. And we, just got to be safe about it. But one of the safest ways to do that is not in front of Stacey. So the other thing is, listen, in all seriousness, what are we going to do for Halloween?
Well, we're going to dress up just for our own pleasure.
Oh, are we?
I meant the whole family.
Oh.
We're going to wear costumes because that's what you do on Halloween. You wear costumes.
You going to dress as a nurse?
I don't know yet.
Well, we can pretend it's the nurse from room 501.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that poor nurse that was pregnant from. I can be the doctor. And you can be like, Doctor, I'm afraid I'm pregnant. And be like, it's okay, baby. I'll take care of you.
I'm not sure that's how the story goes.
No. Let's meet in room 501 and do it one more time. And then, the rest.
Right.
But, yeah. No, she hung herself. He didn't push her off.
Right.
He should have pushed her off.
What?
Well, I'm just saying, if you pushed her off, you got all kinds of time to get away.
Right.
Because people don't just instantly, run up. I mean, they don't know which floor it came from.
Right. They're all down on the ground.
It could have been those creepy kids
you could
on
even run out
third
and
floor.
act concerned, like you had no idea what was happening. Just blend right into the chaos.
If you had one of those painter things, you could totally go jump off the other side on it and lower yourself down and run around the side of the building and tell people you were out messing with the mass graves.
Right. I was just filling in that mass grave back there.
Just making some deposits, Bill. I mean, that's the thing. Like, why would they even care what you did to the nurses? They were literally just throwing bodies down a chute. You know?
I think it was the necessity of it, wasn't it?
It's like, what's one more? The TB sounded like, I don't know. We, as bad as Rona's been, at least we haven't had like the glass in between the kids and the parents, you know. They've just been letting the kids get it. It's such a better time now. You know, it's like
oh, your kid's less than 10. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, just, you know what? Just quarantine, stay. Can you imagine if they'd done that with the TB? Just stay in your house. It's fine. We'll just hopefully not spread it, you know, elsewhere.
Right.
I mean, really, that's the mentality right now. Oh, you've got the coronavirus? Oh, stay home. You know, I'm like, the hell? Listen, dude, I've got a lot of kids. You know why? For that reason. One of them bastards gets sick, they're going to the children's hospital, and daddy ain't going to be there. We're going to wait till they're better.
Right.
But, you know that's a lie.
I know.
I'd be there. You wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You'd be here.
With the other kids?
Yeah. I'd be out there watching ESPN with the sick one.
Right.
Just be like, when mama calls, just cough really bad. And we got to sound like we're really tired.
Like we've been up all night.
Yeah. And mama won't think about the fact she's been watching 4 other kids for 72 straight hours. It's dad logic.
So much is making sense now.
Did it all just like ding in your head?
It's all like clicking into place.
Oh, well. So back to my original argument. I guess it's a statement, not an argument. It'll be an argument before it's done, because I'm mad about Halloween. You taking my Halloween. Listen, I was okay with this whole sham lamb until this, all right? This is a big deal. Unless you want to put on a Hammer Horror Marathon that I get to sit and watch Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing for 3 days straight, then, and which they used to do. I'm looking at you, AMC. I remember the first Monster Fest or whatever it was. It was 30 Days of Hammer. It made sense. Everything was good in the world. It was old Universal horror and Hammer horror. Oh my God, it was great. It was like 2000, I think. And I got all kinds of video cassettes because they made those then. And I recorded the whole month. Remember that?
I do.
That was so cool.
Yes.
Anyway, the big deal to this is I got an idea.
Okay.
I was going through the net, because I do that sometimes, and I found the coolest thing ever. And you got to stick with me on this.
Okay.
Almost every one of the ghost tours in the United States have a virtual ghost tour now.
Right.
And you literally have a guide. It's not like you're watching some stupid video.
Okay.
You know, like the channel that plays when you go to Myrtle Beach. It's like,
right.
Hi, it's the Myrtle Beach channel. And then it's like, down here at Pilgrims, you can come enjoy blah, 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 blah. And,
right.
Which we watch the damn channels. Charleston, Savannah, wherever we go, we watch that stupid channel that shows all the things you could be doing while we sit in the hotel room trying to decide what to do for 3 days. And we don't do anything. That's us, people. That's us. I mean, we do the haunted thing we go for, because it's the only reason we go anywhere is the haunted stuff.
But we're like, we should probably do something during the day.
Yeah, let's do something else.
When the sun's out.
Yeah, we got all these great ideas. And then it's like, she's like, it's 2:00, honey. It's like, oh, when we turn on the TV and it's like, welcome to Charleston. In Charleston, we have all these cool plantations that people that don't go ghost hunting come see.
Everything starts at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Be here at 8 a.m.
Ends at brunch.
Yes.
You know? But
we close at 2.
we really don't get to do crap, do we?
No, not usually.
Everything we do involves something that's going to give us lung cancer. It's like, well, mom and dad were pretty cool until they made fun of those breathing apparatus things and got the black mold in the lungs. I would hate to see them too. Did you guys ever smoke? Nope. Nope. Just went in a lot of old dingy buildings.
Yep.
It's amazing the stuff we've not picked up.
No, I know, and that happens too. You hear about it.
Yeah,
People really get sick.
I know.
From going in abandoned buildings and not wearing proper ventilation.
I think I'm immune from all the asbestos falling on me in school. Because they didn't start cleaning that crap up until I was already out of school.
Right.
It was like right when I got out of school that all of a sudden they were like, oh crap, that ceiling causes cancer. like legit shoot back
After
cancer.
you spent your entire childhood in a crib chewing on the bars with the iron paint.
Yeah, or lead.
Lead paint.
Yeah,
That's it.
Iron paint. What the hell is iron paint?
I knew there was some kind of metal-y paint.
Jesus.
Sorry, too much lead paint when I was a kid.
Yeah, no doubt. Come down to Sherwin-Williams this weekend. We got a special on iron paint. He's got some like medieval knight. It's just like Shaw.
It's just big sheets that you nail on the wall, so it looks like it's painted.
The iron paint. That's gonna be a T-shirt. I gotta have a T-shirt with the iron paint. Oh my god! All right, so anyway, these virtual ghost tours, they look really cool because it's so awkward. That's why it's cool. I went on and I was like, well, maybe I'll try one out and tell everybody about it and stuff. But then I found out you have to talk to somebody, and I'm like, this isn't good.
It's like a Zoom thing.
Yeah, it's you have your guide, and it's like they were showing the pictures of different guides. It's like, hi, I'm Christy, and or I'm Louie, and all this stuff, and you get on there and they're just like, oh, hi. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
I'm sure Christy and Louie do a fantastic job.
And they take you through and tell you little things. I think you can ask questions or whatever, but I'm sure they look pretty stupid walking down the street with the camera. But hopefully they do have live people with them too.
Well, I feel like you could have live people as long as, people were socially distanced, small group maybe, and,
It's really cool. So there's a website, and I'm pretty sure these dudes have followed me before or joined us or we met them something. I just remember the U.S. Ghost Adventures name for some reason.
Right.
Do you remember that?
It does sound familiar.
It was like, I just remember that. But anyway, it's usghostadventures.com is like the mother site because I was looking at one for Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Like every little town, the gimmick is every little town has their own one, but they're all under this umbrella. So I think if you get one, you get them all or whatever. But like Ghost Flicks is what it is. Like that's the gimmick name. But it's usghostadventures.com is the website. And it like I was looking at phillyghost.com. That's ghost with an S, which can be very confusing if you're just saying it. But phillyghosts.com. And that's why I wanted to look at that because I thought that was just like going through the bad neighborhoods, Well, there's Jerome, the ghost. There's probably a lot more dead things they can show. Can you imagine Chicago? It's like, these are fresh ghosts, 200 last weekend. But and no, they're sticking in the like 1800s and 1700s and stuff.
Do they dress up? Is it one of those ones where the guides dress up?
The ghost?
No, the guides. Do they dress up in like this?
I don't know. I hope the ghosts do. I hope they play the part well.
Right.
They're like, I mean, I wouldn't.
No.
I would talk every ghost on the block into all being naked. It's just like, and the only part that I want to manifest is my schlong. Wouldn't that be cool? Can you imagine having a bunch of old ladies, like the Red Hat Society? They're coming, they're checking out your haunted house, and you talk you and 7 other ghosts, and just only having the schlongs appear.
Right.
That'd be so cool.
You're going to be a very interesting ghost one
I
day.
am going to try. Mm-hmm. And when I figure out how to, I mean, it makes me think back to when I saw the legs. Mm-hmm. I saw legs and a naked butt. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what, I mean, I seen that. And it was like they were real, they were solid, and they ran into a room. Mm-hmm. That changed me.
Right.
It didn't scare me.
Right.
People are always like, "What's the scariest thing?" I never mentioned that because it didn't scare me as much as really freaking excited me for death.
Right.
Because I thought, man, I can really screw with some people. Or why don't I ever get haunted by that chick?
By just the bottom half.
Yeah, like you don't have to see the face and. It would save so much problems, no conversations,
right.
Because if they don't have ears, you can't mess up what you say, all kinds of stuff. That sounds really shallow, doesn't it?
It does.
That's I was just playing a character right there. I'm not really like that.
Right.
So anyway, these are really cool sites, and I like to have it pulled up here. Let's see. See, like this is the one that was on the Philly Ghost, but these are some of the other ones you can book. See, like Asheville Tours, it's Asheville Terrace, Boston Ghost, Charleston Terrace from Charleston, South Carolina. See,
cool.
Civil War Ghost.
Oh,
guess where that is?
Somewhere in the South.
Gettysburg.
Oh.
Colonial Ghost from Williamsburg. Mm-hmm. DC Ghost from Washington, D.C. Mm-hmm. Denver Terras from Denver, Colorado. Oh. I bet that dude's stoned as hell. Like,
everything's scary.
It's like what is it? The camp counselor on Beavis and Butthead. Hey guys, L.A. Ghost. Mm-hmm. The NOLA Ghost.
Oh, I bet that one's interesting.
I hope Phil Anselmo hosts that one because he hasn't been able to do concerts. Be like,
right.
Hey, I'm Phil Anselmo from TV's Down. New York City Ghost. Mm-hmm. Nashville Ghost.
Nashville, that sounds cool.
Orlando Haunts. Portland Ghost from Portland, Oregon. Oh, I bet that's interesting right now. Salem Ghost from Salem, Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. San Francisco Ghost. And Vegas Ghost. And Windy City Ghost from Chicago.
There you go. Got the Chicago one.
There's a lot of hot spots of danger on here.
There are.
That's
yes. I wonder if people should really be walking around by themselves at night. At least they'll have a camera.
You pay for a ghost tour, you never know what you'll find. But it's got like the live events on here and stuff like that. Our guide switched between telling stories about the haunted locations to the camera and showing you the buildings and places that are haunted in big cities like New York, Chicago, and LA, or more quaint attractions like St. Augustine, Gettysburg, and Asheville. And it's got like testimonials on. I don't know. I'm not being paid by these people, so I don't know why I'm still reading. I just think it's a cool idea. Mm-hmm. And it's got all kinds of different ones on there. And there's an app, so you can get the app on Google or App Store, either one.
Well, it sounds like something fun to do on Halloween. I know there are places where people are probably still going to trick or treat because if you just put a bowl of candy outside, little kids can walk by and grab some candy. That's not dangerous, I don't think. I mean, if you're still just around your family and you're wearing a mask, obviously you'd be wearing a mask. But for us, we don't have a lot of areas that do that kind of trick-or-treating here. We always go to the downtown public events, which obviously are not happening. So we're kind of out of luck.
I saw a dead bear yesterday.
Wow.
It was a crazy.
Was that after the pack of wild dogs attacked you?
No, it was before.
Before, okay.
Yeah, no, there was a dead bear in the road. And you've never seen traffic because it was going down a hill in coalfield country. Mm-hmm. And you've never seen traffic almost die quite as many times as it did when there's a dead bear in the road.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's not something you see every day.
Well, it's also not something you can drive over.
No, you got to really pull around that.
I mean, it was one of those big coal trucks smacked the bejesus out of it.
Oh, my goodness.
And there was little bear parts laying all over the place.
Oh, poor thing.
Looked like it barely got away.
It didn't barely get away.
It need the bear right. But no, it was really sad.
It is sad.
Yeah, but then I did get attacked by a pack of wild dogs. Well, when I say attacked, they chased me, and from a distance, and I luckily had it wasn't like a movie.
Right.
I had my car, and the only funny thing is I opened up the gate. Because I was pushing so much stuff that I opened up the back gate and I was like, when I ran around the side of it, I pushed it because I was wanting to close because I was afraid this bastards would jump in the back. Yeah. Cujo my ass. And it was crazy, y'all. Listen, I would almost upload this tape just so you'll believe it. Because I took a video for Stacey. I was going from one of my stores, #Bruce Wayne job, to another one of my stores, okay? And it was funny because these two stores are not two stores you normally go from one to the other. I've got conglomeration of stores, and can you put the correct word in there? And will you say
I'm not sure what the correct word is that you're trying to go for.
I was going to say conglomerations of stores, and you can like come on there and like go conglomerations.
Is that the right word?
I don't think so. I don't think that's correct at all. I meant to say clusters, and instead I made a big cluster. So I have these big clusters of stores, and this one I don't usually go from this point to the other point, but I was like, well, I need to go there. They were having an inventory, and I put it in my Google machine, and it was like there was a 2-hour route and a 2-hour 15-minute route, and then there was this hour 15-minute route.
Oh, see, let me explain real quick here. We're talking about the mountains, no interstates, coal country like backwoods. 2 lanes, that's fancy.
Well, the weird thing was it didn't, normally it'll highlight the fast one.
Right.
It didn't highlight the fast one. And I thought, well, that's weird. So I pushed it, and it was like, I don't know, Elvira Mountain or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That sounds ominous already.
Is it 2 big old humps? But it was pretty ancient. Still fun.
Right.
Anyway, I got up there, and it was pretty. I was like, oh my God, up here on top of the mountain, the trees are like yellow and red, because Stacey was mad about the rust-colored trees, and because she misses the trees in Maine, and I was taking video for her, and I was just like, oh, she'll love this, and I was thinking about her. I was like, I'm going to take the video, and then this weekend I'll bring her here. Right. And so as I was doing that, all of a sudden the road went from pavement to dirt. Dirt, not rocks, dirt.
Yes.
And when it went to dirt, it went to 1 lane. And I checked my little phone, and I'm like, okay, well, it's still showing that, so maybe this is just for a half mile. So after about a mile, I got worried because there's nowhere to turn around, because it was a sheer drop off with no guardrails or anything. You got to understand where we live. Stacey's already been through some of it with me, because she's made the comments like, holy God, you don't want to make a mistake on this road. And that was like, I told her then, I was like, this is a good road.
Yeah.
But there was nowhere to turn around. Well, finally I come to this plateau, and this is after 20 minutes. And I get to this plateau, and there's this beautiful, my God, the mountains went on forever. It was like I had went to the center of the earth and found this like utopia. And I was like, my God, you could like dump bodies here. You could have sex. You could get, whatever you wanted. It was beautiful. So I was like, well, I'm going to get out and take some pictures. It's just pretty. I get out and I start walking. And to be honest with you guys, I had to take a pee. So I was like, there's nobody around. And if they were going to be coming around, I'd see a big plume of smoke from the dirt.
Right.
So I went ahead and I started peeing, and that's when I heard it. It was just like...
You started marking somebody else's territory.
And so either somebody was trying to start an old Buick, or there was a pack of wild dogs coming. Now listen, I don't believe in packs of wild dogs. Like I that's something off the damn movies. Okay, that's something out of a book. That's something.
I don't believe it. There really are things.
So I'm like not panicking yet, because I'm not expecting there to be a pack of freaking wild dogs, and I'm not talking like a pack of like Pekingese. It was a pack of mutts, like nasty, like skin missing, one-eared, one-eyed freaking mutts. And like dogs you wouldn't give them any kind of meat or anything. It's like ugly dogs, and like the dogs that no one wanted, and they come over to the ridge, and they freaking saw me right off the bat, and I'm still peeing. And brother, I stopped it. Like it probably took a year or so off my kidneys, but I stopped it, and I just took off for a dead sprint, because mama didn't raise no fool, and there was nothing I had those dogs was gonna like. Okay, and animals and me, we just don't get along like the damn freaking dog whisperer over here. She would have been like, oh, and they'd been rolling on their bellies and all this crap. I took off for a dead sprint. All right, and thank God I've lost weight, because I was like gliding like Bruce Jenner before the operation. I was like going, and I that's when I was like hitting my things, and I opened the back gate, and I was like, son of a. And then he didn't get around. I get in. They got nowhere close to me. They actually stopped, and I'm just got to tell the truth about it. They actually stopped, probably within 30 feet. I don't know why. I have suspicions, but all I know is the dogs stopped. Now, if dogs are sensitive, I have suspicions.
Right.
Okay, of what stopped them. But I got in the car. And then it was like, for just a split second, I thought about running them over. Like, and just because they are a menace, people. And I know there's a lot of dog and cat lovers, and I agree with you. And I think that people that abuse animals should be thrown in jail. Okay, these aren't animals. These were vagrants. All right, this was not a peaceful dog protest. These dogs were out to cause harm and violence. And anyway, I don't know how many they are, but I'm going to say 7. Okay.
7's a good number.
I'm going to say 7, and I think they were all boys. What?
I'm sure they were.
I'm pretty sure
just riling each other up.
Yeah. And why were they out there?
I don't know. I'll tell you. Was this after the video you took for me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I noticed when you were playing me that video, I mean, you were right, seriously, in the middle of nowhere, that at one point on the road, there were tire tracks going off the road. And I not only noticed it because I couldn't figure out in my mind where those tire tracks were going, because you were on the side of a mountain. Yeah. Like, they just sort of weeded off. And I thought, where on earth is that little path? It wasn't even a path. It was just tire tracks going. But it was enough that somebody's obviously driven it several times. So maybe somebody lives up there, some old mountain man, and he owns dogs that protect his stuff.
Listen, I was lost because my phone quit working. It would have stayed on the GPS had I not tried playing a puck. Right. But when I left it, it got confused.
Yes. And then it couldn't give you the route again.
It couldn't give me the route again. It had no signal whatsoever. So it took me a solid hour, folks. It took me and by this point, like the first 20 minutes or so, I'm not worried. But then I started hitting these detour things, and then I seen this dynamite sign, and then there was there was a bunch of weird stuff. There was 2 installations that didn't have anybody there. It was it was almost like warehouses,
right?
But they were empty, and there was nothing in there. I mean, it was weird, man. And one of them had barbed wire. And,
interesting.
Yeah, but nobody around. So I'm like thinking, I'm like on the mountain of Dr. Moreau. It's those
I need to go.
Those dogs were probably people last week, you know. So it was just a really weird thing. I am completely down with doing a vlog.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna take me back, right?
I will do it on a vlog.
Okay.
Just to prove to everybody. And we can even take like some hot dogs or cats or something up there to draw the dogs out.
Cats, okay.
And you know,
it's funny. I'm surprised, because it's normally your car GPS system that leads you astray.
I don't use that bitch anymore.
I know, because she tries to get you killed.
That thing twice has had me turn on a bridge that was no longer a bridge.
Well, that one time it took us and tried to make us turn down that dead end road. It said dead end, and it was like all dark and creepy with weird people walking around.
Yeah.
And we were like, nope.
No, it's been trying to kill me since I've had it. I mean, seriously, listen, I know I'm haunted. But for some reason, I'm haunted by one spirit in particular that knows how to use GPS. And it just loves it.
It just thinks you're going to be unsuspecting.
Well, it got me this time. Can you imagine had it been raining? There would have been no road.
No.
I mean, raining or dark. In the dark, there's no lights up there. That would be horrifying. It was so scary. I mean, it was really scary. And you try not to be. You're an adult, and you know, you try not to get scared at things like that. And
did Deliverance start playing through your head?
No, I don't care about that. I would, dude. If somebody tried doing that to me, I'd do it to them first and harder. That kind of stuff doesn't scare me at all. It's I'm the one that's gonna whip it out and scare the shit out of them. Be like, all right, boys, I'm first, you know. But anyway,
I don't know how we went from trick or treating to that. I'm not sure, but okay.
Well, trick or treat. All right. So one thing I want to talk about is my buddy up in Rhode Island, and normally I'd be talking about Corey and his lovely wife Jen, but it is their house. But I'm actually referring to John, the sexy streamer that I've become good friends with through. Well, I met him when I was up there, but through the art of watching his streams quite often.
Yes.
He's always streaming from the Conjuring house, and I don't know, you folks are missing, man. When I get on there and there's like 50 people, I'm like, where's the rest of the world at? This place is a legitimately haunted place. Don't be watching some produced crap on TV when you could be watching this live where stuff actually happens. You should watch the preview video for this. I mean, the stuff they've caught in the house on the live cams is awesome. And I mean, it's we've been there. It's amazing. We're going to investigate the place. It's amazing. It really is, because it's so freaking bad. It's so haunted. But Nick Groff and some wildly cast of characters are going to come in there over Halloween weekend. Yeah. And the cool thing about it, it only costs $5. Okay. And you get it like, what do you know all the info? What's the dates and stuff?
Okay, so it starts on October 29th at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. And it goes all the way until October 31st, Halloween, at 3 a.m. Eastern time.
That's so cool.
So, and they're going to continuously have different things happen. I know anyone that watched their previous live event that they had, it was really cool because they have a schedule. They do occasional live things with guests, but then they always have the cameras, the static
and
cameras,
they always improve it
rolling.
So they've improved it, because this time they've got Nick doing a seance, and it's called the Seance Revisited. And, everybody knows about the seance. That's where she was thrown, the mother was thrown all the way across the room,
right? And that particular seance during the weekend, it's on the 30th at 6 p.m. It's live for 3 hours, and I think most of the guests are going to be there. I know that's Nick's main thing that he's doing, and you get to watch the whole seance that they're going to do in the house where the original seance was, which I just think is a really cool idea. Yeah,
it is really cool, and I think it's going to be on VD Space. Is that it? Or
I think so. Yeah, if you go to the website, you can look it up on Facebook. It's The Farm on Round Top Road. If you don't follow them, be sure and follow them. But you can go straight to showpass.com, and then it's /a seance revisited live. And you can buy your tickets there, or you can go to Paranormal Sideshow Facebook. We've shared it like crazy. So you can find it on our Facebook page too, get all the links for it. And it's like $5. You can stream it on, since it's VidiSpace, you can stream it to like Roku, Fire TV, iOS, Android, basically anywhere you want to watch.
Yeah, we bought a Fire TV big screen Toshiba. That's what we have in our bedroom, and man, that's the best. I am going to buy a Roku though, because there's a few different things that Roku has that Fire doesn't. But I tell you, I love those streaming things, because I find something new all the time. And it's just like the other day, I found this classic wrestling thing that was just like, oh my god. And it's like sometimes I wish I didn't work, but I don't ever get to enjoy anything. I get it like 2 hours.
Right.
I also want to talk about our boys there, the Ghost Adventures crew. Their Halloween extravaganza
what is it?
It's called Horror at Joe Exotic's Zoo.
Yes, I did hear about them.
And of course, that made news when they were filming that, I believe, with,
because they found stuff.
Yeah. So, special event Thursday, October 29th at 9 p.m. Eastern. And of course, that's on Travel Channel.
Of course.
Which should just be called the Zackle Channel. But there's a lot. Travel has all kinds of premieres this month. Jason and Steve and Tango with their Ghost Nation, and that there's new episodes of that all month. So the really good paranormal television is on Travel, and it's all brand new this month. So there's a lot of fun out there. And I'll tell you, a lot of the ones that aren't so good, they don't last very long.
No.
But Travel Channel, I have to give them this. I pretty much am down with just about anything on there. They even, that show they had where they just showed like the viral videos.
Yeah, the caught on camera.
Yeah, I had passed on that at first. We started watching it, and most of them we've covered on the show over the last 10 years. Well, all of them.
Right.
And it's fun watching it like that. It just, it really is. And it's just all together. And a lot of times they found the best version of that video.
Right. And what I like about it is we started watching, they were doing like this top 100.
Yeah.
Where it was several different episodes, started at 100 and was doing a countdown. And I love how things would come up and we would be like, oh yeah, because there's so much you forget. For one thing, the one thing I was thinking of was, we talk about that meteorite that blew up over Russia. We talk about that all the time, but we don't always talk about the weird thing that happened with like why it broke up over Russia.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that people saw on the video, and they had a really good video of it cleaned up with that little thing going through and looking like it blew up the meteor before it hit.
And the whole thing is, you know, we've wondered before. I know we talked about it years ago on Haunted South, but was it a Earth defense system? That is ancient, that comes from a time before time kind of thing, like, and there's a lot of supporting evidence to this, where kind of like the Tunguska event, you know, in 1908, everybody knows about that one, but you know, recently we had that story, that thing didn't ever hit. You know, it didn't hit the actual ground. God love it. I mean, it's leveled the size of a country, and imagine had it hit. You know, there'd be a hole through the earth. Right. It'd be like a dumbwaiter for the other side.
Same with that other one over Russia. It would have.
Exactly.
I mean, think of how much more damage there would have been had it actually hit.
Yeah, and you know, so there, I had seen before, and I don't care to say where I saw it. I think it was on Ancient Aliens. I seen something where people were years ago. We're talking about maybe there was a missile defense system that came up because people had there was memories, you know, of grandparents and stuff that said they seen a missile or something fire and hit this thing. Like it was something stupid like that. And, you know, but when you hear that and then you see other evidence, you know, maybe there is, and that, I mean, they give you a little bit of solace, you know, thinking of that. Maybe after the last event that blew everybody the bejeez, that something got installed, you know, who knows?
Who knows?
But otherwise, it was just a UFO trying to save us, you know? It's like, no, that's my meat, you know? And it's pretty cool, though. The show is cool, and these events are going to be cool. We're going to be watching the whole weekend. We're going to be watching Saturday and Sunday. We're going to buy the whole weekend for the one on BD Space with the Conjuring, because you know what happens that Friday?
What's that?
The season 2 premiere of The Mandalorian.
Oh, yes. We do have to break for The Mandalorian.
This is the way.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank goodness the Ghost Adventures thing's on the 29th.
Folks, let me tell you, there is nothing that can even begin to explain my love for The Mandalorian. If I had unlimited funds, I would have a Mandalorian suit that is looking authentic, because I'm way sexier than The Mandalorian as far as like in real life. And I could totally, at this weight, I could totally rock it. It'd be like the guy who plays it now, except real man size. And you know, it's Hollywood tricks. So he looks killer, don't get me wrong, and I love the actor, but it's Hollywood. He's probably 5'1".
Right.
You know, and
I actually don't know how tall he is.
I'm just saying. Right. Very rarely. Back in the day, they used real guys like, you know, John Wayne. John Wayne was a big old son bitch. You know, Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee was just, he you know why he was so sexy?
Why is that?
Because he's like 6'6". I mean, when he came in there and he's looking at those women are really, really turned on. That wasn't some vampire trick. Right. That was like, hello. And look, hey man, there ain't no girl out there that can resist, you know, a tall British 6'6", well-educated.
I am not disagreeing with you.
Yeah. Devil worshiping evil guy.
It's funny because Ariana, she watches TV shows and then she tells me which ones she likes and she asks me to watch them so that we can talk about them. And so she started recently binging Lucifer, which is not a show that I had ever watched. And so she's into the first season. She's like, please watch this so we can talk about it. She's really good. So I was like, okay. So the other day I was downstairs and I turned on the first episode while I was doing some other stuff to kind of watch it, and Raj was in the room with me, and the first scene came on, and there's the guy playing Lucifer, and of course he's tall and dark and British, and Roger looks right at me and goes, well, I know why he likes this show.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't hard to figure out at all.
It's a very, like, it's really hard to live in this house. It really is. I mean, everything they watch, I have so much to live up to. Like their ideas of relations. They watch Grey's Anatomy all the time, so you know, it's things like that. I think you should
worry more about the Hallmark movies.
Well, I mean, there's just
Hallmark Christmas movies.
Yeah, there's so much to live up to. It's like you got to be manly, you got to do the right thing, but you also have to have this heart. I don't know. It's just so much.
You do a very fine job.
Aw, thank you very much.
Hey, it's almost countdown to Christmas time.
It is.
You know what that means. Raj and I will be watching lots of movies.
It means Daddy spends a lot more time at work. That's what that means. Long hours at the office. But I'm also really, really into The Witcher. Like,
it's a good show.
I love The Witcher. I really like the TV show, but my God, people, listen. I know there's the video game, all right, which I want to play more of. And I know there's the TV show, but you got to get the books. Okay, and I'm not one of those. You gotta read the book. Listen, I got it on Audible. Okay, I listen to stuff while I'm working because I have those excursions that I have to go on. The book is amazing. I've only got the first one right now, and it's a collection of short stories you're supposed to start with. But there's a bunch of books, and it is awesome. These are really good stories, and it's got a little bit of everything in it. But like you can kind of tell where it's going. But, it's still fun to get there. It's not one of those that surprises me. I do have to say that. You can kind of tell if you've ever read a story in your life, you can kind of see where this is going, But it's got like morals to it and things like that. But it's still, it's got a lot of sex and cussing and stuff. So.
Well, it's in that universe, it's in that world. So
yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. All right, back to my Halloween stuff. So I gave you guys something to do. You got something to do on Halloween now. I expect everybody to be doing it.
Oh, it's a full moon too on Halloween. Full moon on Halloween.
So I do know this because it's also a blue moon. And I think there's some planetary alignments that don't happen very much as well. And
right.
I have been so concerned. I've been so concerned. I've known this was coming. I feel this weird feeling about it because I am not joking, people. When I tell you that ever since I was a kid, I am so affected by the moon. It is so bad. Other than being randy, I am angry, which doesn't help my randy because if I'm angry, guess who doesn't get around me? So,
well, I'll have my own things to do. I mean, we're talking full moon, blue moon, Halloween. Come on.
Yeah.
I've got some plans. I might need your randiness. You never know.
Yeah, I love it when you use me for.
You do. Don't even act like you don't love it.
All right, it's kind of cool. But anyway, that's some really cool stuff. We'll have to stop the show again. And speaking of Halloween specials, another one I want to talk about is a really cool one. We were talking about the Ghost Nation guys, the TAPS team, if you will, good old ghost hunters.
Right.
Not those new ghost hunters that actually their show just got canceled. I think
it did.
I didn't think that one would. I think it was too confusing. With the not being Ghost Nation, obviously.
Right.
But anyway, they call it Reunion in Hell, and the cool thing about it is never say never because it is Jason and Steve and Tango reuniting with Adam and Amy from Kindred Spirits. So as everybody remembers, that's where they started, was on Ghost Hunters, and it's really cool. They're going to be doing some Newport, Rhode Island mansion, and it sounds awesome. It's on Halloween night at 8 p.m. Eastern, so I'll have to watch that. That's just too many feels.
Right.
The only thing that make it better if Grant did a run in,
just popped in from the side.
Yeah, and Brian Harnaugh was supposed to be there but didn't show up. It would just make it perfect. But with all this stuff happening, all these specials, we're going to have to do something too. And for our patrons, we're doing a special for you.
Yes, we are. And
we're really bloody excited about this one. So we talked about that premiere of Ghost Adventures for their Halloween special thing, Joe's Exotic Zoo, whatever. On that same night, which is Thursday night, October 29th, at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be going live. And it'll be for our patrons. And you can go to
patreon.com/paranormal sideshow.
Again,
patreon.com/paranormal sideshow.
For the folks in the back.
patreon.com/paranormal sideshow. And there will be a link there for the live feed that you can click on if you're a patron, and you can come see us do a live. We'll tell them what we're going to do.
We're going to do our own version of Mystery Science. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So all you're going to have to do is fire up your Netflix machine. We figured that Netflix is something most everybody has. So you can fire up your Netflix and then watch it while you're streaming us. And you can just listen to us if you want to, or you can watch us as we're watching Poltergeist.
Yes, the original Poltergeist. It's sort of a watch along,
It's more than sort of. It's exactly a watch along. And
we'll tell you where we are in the movie, and we'll tell you when to start, and then you can listen to us commentate.
Every so often, we'll turn up the movie even louder so we can track where you're at. And tell you exactly where we're at just by what's happening and everything, because sometimes it does get a little bit sideways.
It does,
but it'll be a lot of fun. We're going to riff through the whole movie, and we're not going to pre-watch or anything. It's just going to be us live riffing, because that's something we do, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And if it's successful, we're thinking about doing one every month. So if that's the case, like if you guys dig it, you like it, then we might put a poll up with 3 movies every month and let you guys pick.
Yes.
What you want us to watch together.
And of course, the live broadcast will be archived there. So
yeah. If you can't watch it, then you can go and watch it at your convenience and do the watch along. So it'll be a lot of fun. Of course, you can just like I said, you can just do the audio if you want to.
Yes, but if you're live, we'll be chatting on the live stream. So
absolutely, so a lot of fun. That's everybody's Halloween specials, including ours. So and always you can find all that information at paranormalsideshow.com. And I'm gonna keep going with this Halloweeny theme. So I was looking at this website, Wine Enthusiast of all things, right?
Okay.
Because I'm not wine or an enthusiast, but it caught my fancy because it was the top 5 most haunted bars.
Oh, okay.
And I tell you, I was thinking, I bet we left a haunted bar too.
I'm sure we did. Because
I know I left some energy in a few of them. And God knows I know you did. All right. So I'm going to start this off with Shaker's Cigar Bar in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, wow.
Built on a cemetery in 1894, because that's always smart.
Right.
It's probably no surprise that Shaker's had its fair share of paranormal experiences. According to Bob Weiss, the bar's owner, the building was owned by Al Capone's crime syndicate in 1924. That son of a bitch got around.
I'm telling you, he was everywhere.
On the 2nd and 3rd floors, it served as a speakeasy and brothel. A woman named Molly Brennan, sounds like a good old Irish song, doesn't it?
It does.
Molly Brennan, let me in. A woman named Molly Brennan left home to work in the brothel and disappeared 3 years later. That's not that strange for a prostitute.
No, this is true.
According to Weiss. But some believe she never really left. Weiss says that several psychics independently confirmed the spirit's name, which is very cool. Today, the former brothel has been turned into an Airbnb.
Oh, fantastic.
The listing cautions patrons that the room could be haunted and Ouija boards are forbidden. So we need to pack our Ouija board and do the Airbnb. I'll definitely go stay there.
So is it it's not a bar anymore?
Well, no, it seems like it's the 2nd and 3rd floor.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I missed that part. I apologize.
Because that was a speakeasy and all this stuff. So you can go get drunk and then go stay in the room.
I mean, that's convenient.
Shortly after Shaker's launched in 1986, Weiss came to know Elizabeth, who reportedly haunts the bathroom. Apparently, she was climbing for apples in 1835 in a stand of apple trees in the cemetery which Shaker's is built upon. She fell and broke her neck.
Oh, God.
Weiss claims he met her in 1987 when 2 servers coaxed her out of the bathroom. The servers made a circle with their arms, and Weiss says he put his hand in the middle of it. It was like a blast of a freezer, he says. The servers explained it was Elizabeth. Well, hello, Elizabeth, I responded, he says. Along with reported apparitions in mirrors, unexplained footsteps, and ghostly figures, Shaker's also used to be the go-to spot of the infamous serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, my.
Weiss says he'd order a gin and tonic. Nothing fancy, says Weiss. No conversation. He'd drink his drink and stare or sneer at people. The bar is a stop on the Cream City Cannibal Tour, and both the tour and bar were featured on the Netflix series Dark Tourist. If ghosts aren't for you, check out Shaker's award-winning selection of spirits or their food menu that ranges from pizza to filet mignon.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there.
Mm-hmm.
So, first of all, Jeffrey Dahmer was probably just sizing everybody up, trying to decide who was tasty and who was not tasty. I would like to see the servers coax a spirit out of the bathroom. I don't understand how that works. Like, here, ghosty, ghosty.
Yeah.
Here, ghosty, ghosty.
I mean, what if this had something to do with Jeffrey Dahmer? What if it?
I mean, yeah, you don't know. I don't know. It's very interesting. I love back in the, when was that built? 1800s. They were like, oh, we're going to build this new business. Where should we? Oh, let's just use that land. Those guys aren't going to care.
Yeah,
they're dead.
Oh, that's probably what they said. They're not going to complain. That's before people gave it the due it deserves.
Logical thinking. There you go.
So next, the Mermaid Inn in Rye, England. The Mermaid Inn proudly states that it has hosted travelers for 600 years.
What?
Some seem to have enjoyed the hospitality so much they never left.
Oh.
Throughout its history, the inn may have served as everything from a hideout for Catholic priests during the Reformation period in the 1530s.
They have priest holes?
To a stage where William Shakespeare's theater troupe, Lord Chamberlain's Men, performed.
Wow.
In their priest holes. But perhaps most notably, the inn was once the headquarters for the notorious Hawkhurst gang. The gang, which according to NPR had about 600 members, was known for smuggling tea.
those rogues.
Doesn't seem like a particularly ferocious gang, does it?
I feel like 600 is too much for a gang. I feel like you're stepping out of gang territory,
especially
there,
for
turning into
teabaggers,
like mobs.
That might sound harmless, but they could be ruthless. I bet so.
I bet.
If anyone was found to say things they shouldn't about the smugglers, like, "Hey, there's those tea smugglers,"
can I eat tea?
they were sometimes nailed alive.
Oh, Jesus.
To their front doors.
That seems particularly harsh for smuggling tea. Oh my God.
The inn's long history extends to the paranormal. Several guests, for example, said they saw a thin apparition of a woman wearing white or gray sitting by the fireplace in room 1. Each of the guests reported that anything they left on the chair became soaking wet when she disappeared. God dang it.
I'm sorry, keep going.
God dang it. Even though there are no nearby windows or pipes, there's probably a pipe somewhere. Arguably, one of the strangest stories came in 1993. English actress Kiki Kendrick and her husband stayed at the inn's Elizabethan chamber. They awoke at 4 a.m. to the sound of heavy breathing and knives clashing together. Reportedly, they saw two ghostly figures fighting. When the couple told the inn's bartender, he showed them a newspaper article from 6 months earlier that described the exact same spectacle. If you want to stop in to spot a ghost or two, you can also enjoy an extensive wine list with robust offerings from around the world and a selection of half bottles.
I love this list. Like, look how the horrific things that happen here and how scary it is, but you can go and eat some good food.
It all sounds really delicious, too.
It does.
John Kavanagh, or the Gravediggers, Dublin, Ireland. Sounds like a Penny Dreadful. So John Kavanagh or the Gravediggers. In 1832, the first person was laid to rest in Glasnevin Cemetery, Ireland's first non-denominational graveyard. A year later, John Kavanagh was gifted a pub by his father-in-law, which shared a wall with the historic graveyard. It's owned and operated by the Kavanagh family to this very day. According to the BBC, the pub soon became a popular spot for mourners on their way to or from funerals. But the bar started being called the Gravediggers a few decades back. My father Eugene took over the bar from my grandfather John in 1973, says Karen Kavanagh, one of the pub's owners. A young crowd started to come in and noticed a few gravediggers drinking there, so they started calling it the Gravediggers, so it became a popular nickname. Mm-hmm. If workers couldn't wait until the end of their shift for a pint, they would simply knock on the graveyard's gate nearest to the pub. My dad, grandfather, a barman, would bring their drink and pass it through the railings to the Gravediggers, said Kavanagh. Like the other bars on the list, this pub also has reportedly got some ghostly run-ins. Some claim to have seen a man dressed in tweed finishing a pint of Guinness at the bar before fading away. My dad, later in life, had paranormal investigators come to the pub after hours to do what they do, says Kavanaugh. Sometimes they made contact, including one medium who drew a picture that my dad said looked like my late grandfather. I haven't seen or heard anything, but when it's closed, there's a feeling or a sense of family history, says Kavanaugh. And a lot of times, these people that own the bars, they will not see or hear anything because it protects them. It wants other people to come. That happens with Bobby Mackey's. Featured in Lonely Planet's guidebook, Secret Europe, 50 Truly Unforgettable Experience to Inspire Your Next Trip in 2014. Good Lord, what a title.
That must be a big book just to get the title on the cover.
Gravediggers is a perfect place to drop in for a pint and food. Its menu includes boiled, brined pork, and the Irish spring roll, which is stuffed with bacon and potatoes. Of course it is. Next is Bushwhacker Brew Pub in Regina, Canada. After it received a liquor license in 1990, Bushwhacker opened its doors the next year. It became a well-known spot to have a pint, enjoy the daily specials, and possibly spot a ghost. Back in June of 1912, Regina was hit by one of the country's worst ever recorded tornadoes, which I didn't know they had in Canada.
No.
It killed 28 people and leveled buildings, including one where, the site where the pub now stands.
Right.
Several people died there. According to CBC Canada, Grant Frew, the pub's bar and marketing manager, says several psychic mediums have visited the pub and felt the presence of many ghosts.
Wow.
But there's one that the pub claims to know by name, and that's James Strathdee. In 1914, Strathdee, and listen folks, this is how it's spelled, Strathdee. I'm doing my best.
Strathdee.
Yeah, it's a hard name.
It is.
Strathdee was hired to manage a warehouse built on the land where many people died in the tornado. In the 1930s, Strathdee was in a car accident. While he survived, he sustained head injuries. And according to the brew pub's website, he was never quite the same. His business partners soon tried to pressure him out of his position, and his wife wanted to move back to Scotland. He was said to have fallen into a deep depression and was found dead several months later. The official cause of death was suicide. The warehouse Strathdee once managed later became Bushwhacker, but many think he remained in the pub. One of the bar's managers believes she saw someone walk into Bushwhacker's room for private functions. She followed them to say they couldn't go in there, but when she opened the door, there was no one inside, and the only exit was sealed shut. Michael Gates, the brew pub's head brewer, experienced possibly the most dramatic ghostly encounter. One day while on break, Gates said he was pushed from behind so forcibly that he nearly fell. Later, he says he found a red mark on his back where he felt like he had been pushed. Pretty cool place.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the hero of Waterloo, Sydney, Australia.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This place has to be dangerous.
It has to be.
In 1815, the Duke of Wellington led his troops to victory over Napoleon in Waterloo, Belgium, to end the Napoleonic Wars that raged for 23 years. The Duke has since been memorialized by the Hero of Waterloo, a hotel, bar, and restaurant located in Sydney that served customers since 1843.
Wow.
But the bar is believed to have had a dark history. In 1793, Thomas Kirkman, an Irishman, was tried and sent to Australia for likely being an Irish rebel. According to Waterloo's website, he took over to Waterloo in 1845.
Mm-hmm.
The pub was a popular spot for whaling ships and merchants, but some men that went into this pub were never seen again. It's believed that under Kirkman, many times sailors were drugged and awoke in chains in the bar's basement. They were then smuggled out through a tunnel from the bar to the harbor, where they most likely were sold into slavery. Today you can tour the bar's cellar and see the chains and passageway. Kirkman also had a wife, Anne, who supposedly fell down the stairs in 1849.
Supposedly.
Many believed he pushed Anne, who broke her neck and died. She used to love to play the piano. It's said in the middle of the night, classical music will sometimes play from the bar's piano. When people investigate, no one is there, but the piano's lid has been left open. According to the site, there have reportedly also been instances where chairs have been found facing the fireplace, even though nobody has been inside since the previous evening.
Creepy.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff, actually.
You know, stairs used to be a lot more dangerous back then.
They did.
Because I think they made them very steep or something.
Yeah, and,
and small.
A lot less cameras.
Yeah.
They were a lot more dangerous when there weren't cameras.
This is true.
So in keeping with Halloween and weirdness and everything, there was this story when I was looking around for stories that I found, and it was like this book award that was a big deal in England, and this lady was going to win it, and I read about the book, and I was like, holy crap, that looks like a really cool book, because it was a book about a real ghost story, and I love those, especially ones that, yeah, it's a real ghost story, but when they wrote the book, they kind of took a little bit of creative license with it, but still yet you get the facts of the real story. It's kind of like watching Ancient Aliens,
right?
You get the facts of what you want, but there's a little creative license there,
right?
But this story intrigued me. It intrigued the pants off of me, and after that awkwardness was over, and everybody wondered why I had my pants off and got them back, it was very embarrassing. I was looking for other stories. I totally decided I'm not going to do that one because I'm actually going to wait for the book and read the book. And I actually put it on. If you pick up Amazon right now and you pull the Amazon up, you'll see it in my wish list. So when I was looking for other stories and some of the lists that I'm going through right now, I found a freaking story on that story.
Okay.
And it's an article that someone wrote, and it does have something about the book. Obviously, that's the reason that they wrote this, but the book's not going to be out till spring. So it must have intrigued someone else. And the cool thing is, this is kind of the account of what happened. And I just thought it was such a cool, creepy story that I'm going to whet everybody's appetite for this book to come out. Okay. Because I want to tell you about this, okay? The name of the article, it's actually from The Guardian, but the name of the article is The Housewife, the Ghost Hunter, and the Poltergeist.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. That obviously, it's a cool title, but the book title's way better. Anyway, on the 20th of February, 1938, the Sunday Pictorial carried a report of a haunting in Croydon. A 34-year-old housewife had called to tell them about strange events at the home she shared with her husband, Les, her son, Don, and their lodger, George Saunders. "Come to my house," Alma Fielding implored the Pictorial's news desk. "There are things going on here I cannot explain." The Sunday Pic, as it was known to its readers, dispatched 2 reporters to Croydon. As Alma opened the front door to them, they saw an egg fly down the corridor to land at their feet. As she led them to the kitchen, a pink china dog rattled to the floor, and a sharp-bladed tin opener cut through the air at head height. In the front parlor, a teacup and saucer lifted out of Alma's hands as she sat with her guest, the saucer spinning and splintering with a ping as if shot in midair. She screamed as a second saucer exploded in her fingers and sliced her thumb. While the wound was being bandaged, the reporters heard a crash in the kitchen. A wine glass had apparently escaped a locked cabinet and shattered on the floor. They saw an egg whirl in through the living room door to crack against the sideboard. A giant chunk of coal rose from the grate, sailed across the room inches from the head of one of the reporters, and smacked into the wall. The Fieldings' house seemed to be under siege from itself. Les, Don, and George were at home, but as far as the Pictorial men could tell, none of them was responsible for the phenomenon. The objects were propelled by an unseen force. The Pictorial published its piece the next morning under the slogan, "This is the most curious front page story we have ever printed." In an ordinary terrace in Croydon, it declared, some malevolent ghostly force is working miracles. Poltergeist, that's what the scientists call it. The spiritualists, they say it's all caused by a mischievous earthbound spirit. In January 2017, I visited the Society for Psychical Research archive in Cambridge to look up some references for the ghost hunter Nandor Fodor, and that's who investigated the case of Alma Fielding and the Croydon poltergeist. I didn't expect to find anything directly relevant. Fodor had been working for a rival organization, the International Institute for Psychical Research, whose papers were said to have been destroyed by German bombs. But when the documents were delivered to the university library's manuscripts room, I discovered that they have Fodor's original records. The SPR must have acquired the International Institute's archive when the smaller organization was disbanded in the 1940s. To my delight, one of the files turned out to be Fodor's dossier on Alma, mistakenly cataloged as a holding on Mr. Fielding. The manila folder contained transcripts of Fodor's interviews and seances with Alma, lab reports, x-rays, copies of her contracts, scribbled notes, sketches, photographs of the damage wrought by the poltergeist in Alma's house and on her body. From Alma's story, Fodor had deduced, to the horror of his colleagues, that repressed memories could generate terrifying physical events. The Jewish Hungarian immigrant, Fodor had thrown himself into the 30s supernatural scene. He joined the Ghost Club and the London Spiritualist Alliance, befriended members of the Fairy Investigation Society, contributed articles to the Spiritualist Weekly Light. Spiritualism was big business in Britain. The faith offered something tremendous, said author Conan Doyle, a breaking down of the walls between the two worlds, a call of hope and of guidance to the human race at a time of its deepest affliction. After the terrible losses of the First World War and the influenza pandemic of 1918, thousands of spiritualist seance circles had been established by the bereaved. In effect, a seance was a voluntary haunting, a summoning of ghosts at which the dead would speak through mediums, rap on tables, sometimes even let themselves be touched, smelt, or seen. These forms of contact seemed hardly more outlandish than methods that have become commonplace since the war. Soon, predicted Fodor, the mechanism of psychic communication will be understood and used with the same facility as the wireless and the telephone. Scores of seances and private consultations were advertised in the spiritualist press, along with lectures at psychical research societies, books and pamphlets on the occult, displays of clairvoyance and levitation. Some spiritualists believed that there was so much supernormal activity because the dead were straining to come closer. The boundary between the two states, the known and the unknown, is still substantial, wrote the renowned physicist and radio pioneer Sir Oliver Lodge, who had lost a son in the war. But it is wearing thin in places, and like excavators engaged in boring a tunnel from opposite ends. Amid the roar of water and other noises, we are beginning to hear now, and again the strokes of the pickaxes of our comrades on the other side. But Fodor, having read the work of Sigmund Freud, was becoming skeptical about spiritualism. He believed the supernormal phenomena might be caused not by the shades of the dead, but by the unconscious minds of the living, and he sensed that Alma Fielding was the perfect subject of whom to test his theories. When Fodor took Alma to the International Institute in Kensington, he and his colleagues saw a diamante brooch materialize from thin air. Then an ancient oil lamp, a white mouse, a scarab beetle, a Javanese sparrow. She seemed able to astrally project herself from Croydon to Kensington and back again, and to open herself to spirit possession. To assess her powers, Fodor used all the modern methods at his disposal: voice recorders, telephones, cameras, x-rays, chemical analysis, hypnosis, and word association tests. He gathered witness statements and transcribed Alma's dreams, sent investigators to track her movements. He laid traps. If Alma's phenomena were tricks, he wanted to know how she was pulling them off. If not, he needed to understand the psychic mechanisms by which they were generated. This is a door which leads from the mind we know to the mind we do not know, he told the Daily Mirror in March 1938. Now and again, that door is opened. Strange things happen. There are manifestations, queer phenomena, transfigurations. As the door to the unconscious swung open, Fodor reasoned a suppressed feeling might escape its human host in material form. He speculated that mediums discharged electromagnetic rays from their fingers and toes, or extruded invisible semi-metallic psychic rods, or ectoplasmic threads like cobwebs. There are, it is plain, strange forces about us of which we know practically nothing, he said, just as we once knew nothing of electricity. Fodor noticed that Alma often seemed detached from herself when a weird event took place, and he wondered if at such moments her buried life surged to the surface and broke out. He was intrigued by the phenomena of mental disassociation. which had been observed both in mediums and in victims of shell shock. The subject fascinated novelists too. Agatha Christie featured characters with split consciousness or dual personality in her short story collection, The Hound of Death. Fodor wondered whether Alma's psyche had fractured under pressure of a forbidden emotion. Perhaps she underwent spells of amnesia in which she unconsciously carried out supernatural tricks. Or perhaps her estranged alter ego was escaping her body altogether, snapping and cracking itself into being as an external physical force. Ping. In March, Fodor arranged a day trip to Bognor Regis with Alma and 4 members of the Institute. Alma, in skittish spirits, agreed to see if her poltergeist could spirit a ring from the local branch of Woolworths. At the jewelry counter in Bognor Woolies, Fodor and his party watched Alma select a ring with 2 stones on a curved bridge, examine it, then return it to the assistant. It was the nicest ring there, Alma said, but she did not want to buy it today. The shop girl eyed them suspiciously as they moved away. It looked fishy to her, wrote Fodor. She followed us. We began to feel uncomfortable. As the group turned into a road near the shop, Alma said that she heard a rattle in the box that she was carrying. Fodor took the box from her, opened it, and found the ring she had handled. My flesh creeped, he said. Everyone was staggered. All swore that they had seen the ring still on the jewelry counter as they left. The experience was rather alarming, Fodor said. We had committed psychic shoplifting. A few of the hauntings that Fodor investigated took place in crumbling old manor houses with creaking stairs and hidden priest holes. But most were in ordinary towns and suburbs such as Bognor and Croydon. He had become familiar with the consumerist, aspirational working-class culture of post-war Britain. Poltergeists were a Woolies brand of phantom, vulgar copies of ethereal phantoms of old, according to the Daily Mail. They were altogether different from the honest, upright ghost of decaying castles and ancient halls. They displayed low, cunning, and nasty intention, and mean, underhanded ways. Poltergeists were domestic hoodlums, destructive, subversive, uncouth. Fodor's fellow ghost hunter, Maud Folks, said that she longed for ghosts in the same way that she yearned for the unspoilt country of yesteryear, a land untainted by roadhouse pubs and electricity pylons. But Fodor was not bound by the snobbery or nostalgia of his adopted country. Far from sneering at poltergeists, he liked them. And where others might see Alma as typical of her class and gender, irrational, opportunistic, sly, to Fodor, she was ingenious, complex, and fun. He guessed that she sometimes faked phenomena in order to retain the researcher's interest. But he forgave such lapses. He had no doubt that her terror at the original poltergeist activity was genuine, and he understood why an imaginative working-class woman might resort to supernatural hoaxing. Alma's days were a repetitive round of domestic chores, relieved only by forays to the shops and cups of tea with friends. She had to dust and polish, to darn, sew, and knit, launder and iron, cook meals for her family, sweep hearths and floors, and fetch coal and lay fire, scrub pots and pans. British women had enjoyed a spell of freedom during the immediately after the war, when many of them went out to work, but the popular press now encouraged them to keep to their home. They were urged to tend to their appearance. What men hate about your hair, the Mirror revealed in March. The Daily Mail warned female readers against having too lively a relationship, even with their belongings. Don't wear a necklace if you're tempted to twiddle it, advised the paper. Keep your hanky in your bag. It's not meant to be twisted. The ideal woman was contained, composed, restrained. But for a woman with psychic powers, different rules applied. A medium could undertake extravagant feats of mobility, astral projection, transfiguration, time travel, levitation, and in doing so, escape the constraints of her gender and her class. Alma's poltergeist not only twiddled necklaces, but sprang them from shop counters. It whipped saucers across rooms, upended eiderdowns. It took gifts to researchers at the Institute as if to charm or trade its way into their world. The American writer Charles Fort noted that poltergeist often emanated from those who had no direct power, women, servants, adolescent children. It struck me that Alma's haunting, like other supernatural events of the 30s, was an expression of national as well as personal dread. As summer approached, Fodor intensified his efforts to unearth the childhood trauma that might explain Alma's poltergeist. In his desperation, he stepped up his surveillance, and he resorted increasingly to deception. He was convinced that a repressed memory was responsible for the storm of violence in Alma's home. Supernatural events, he believed, embodied the splintering and contradiction of a traumatic experience. A ghost conjured the uneasy sense that something both was and was not real, that an event recurred as if it were outside time, undead. Fodor's colleagues were appalled when they learned of his conclusions about Alma's haunting. In the autumn of 1938, they expelled him from the International Institute and confiscated his papers. These were the papers that I found in the Cambridge archive. The fat folder of evidence seemed to me a wonderful object, a documentary account of fictional and magical events, a historical record of the imagination. Some of Fodor's methods were troubling, but I was moved by his refusal to condemn Alma as a maniac or a fraud. By the time that Fodor's book about the Thornton Heath poltergeist was published in 1958, psychical research was no longer taken seriously by most scientific thinkers. Yet his ideas about poltergeist psychosis found expression in fiction. In The Haunting of Hill House, a novel of 1959, Shirley Jackson explores the possibility that a disturbed individual could trigger supernormal events. She describes a ghost hunt conducted by psychical researcher Dr. John Montague, in which weird incidents seemed to emanate from a young woman called Eleanor Vance. When Fodor was invited to serve as a consultant on the film adaptation of the novel in 1963, he asked Jackson if she had read his work, and she confirmed that she had. The filmmakers proposed to Jackson that they present the events in her novel as the hallucinations of a woman in a mental asylum, but she discouraged this approach. The story was about real supernatural happenings, she said. Like Fodor, she chose not to explain away psychic experiences as madness or lies. Fodor wrote an article about the haunting of Hill House shortly before his death in 1964, in which he observed that Jackson had adopted the modern approach to the supernormal. The creaks and groans of furniture, the imbalance of a spiral staircase, and the abnormally cold spots are objectifications of the mental anguish and chill of Eleanor's soul. The violent slamming of doors and explosive manifestations of the inner conflicts. This strand of psychological Gothic emerges again in Stephen King's novels Carrie, in which a humiliated teenager's suppressed feelings erupt in supernatural violence, and The Shining, in which ghosts are awakened by the obsessions of the living. It runs through books and films such as The Vet's Daughter, Don't Look Now, Beloved, Beyond Black, The Little Stranger, The Babadook, to the question of whether a haunting was real or fantasized, psychological or supernatural. The answer given by such stories was both. A ghost could be imagined into being from a feeling repressed so forcefully that it acquired uncanny power. Our irrational, darker selves, wrote Elizabeth Bowen, demand familiars. And really, this is just one of those that I had to read all that because I found it very interesting when I read through it. It even says here that it's extracted from The Haunting of Alma Fielding, and it's by Kate Summerscale. It's published by Bloomsbury Circus, and in England it came out October 1st.
So it'll come out for us
next year.
Next year.
Yeah,
it sounds really interesting.
It's like in the spring, but the award was the Bally Gifford Prize for nonfiction, so it's actually not taking any kind of liberty. It's
right.
It's a true story. It's just an insane story. When I read the synopsis of it,
right.
It was pretty crazy. I mean, because of the stuff that happened with all the witnesses that it happened with. The thing that kills me is they were looking like there were still people that were snobbish about it, like it was an overworked woman or something.
Right.
It's this,
like somehow that could just be
all
faked somehow.
I mean, okay, listen. Say somebody's looking at you, right, and you got a couple scientists, and all of a sudden you can manifest a spoon to drop.
Right.
Now tell me, is it less fantastical that the fact that it was something repressed in your mind, or not? I mean, it's pretty damn supernatural, right?
Eggs are flying through the house.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I mean, coal's flying to people. I mean, she was able to shoplift just by looking at something, and
right, and then it just appeared.
Yeah,
I mean, that's crazy.
That's help from the other side. That's spirits. I mean, she was severely haunted. She was obviously a medium, and they were absolutely repressing that gift. from all the tests and making her think she's probably crazy. I don't know. And, the fanciful ideas of a young tart. I don't know.
Right. Well, it was different times.
No, it was. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that really appeals to me from the story, Stace, is how similar this time is.
Yes, I agree. I was thinking that too when you said that about, all the spiritualists and how it grew right after the whole pandemic that happened. And I thought that was interesting.
They had the influenza. We have the Rona. And of course, people are dying, you miss your loved ones. We have uncertainty in the world. There's riots. You're always on the brink of war. It's all kinds of chaos. So people will look for things in other places. And, especially right now, people are confined to their homes and very close friends. I think we're going to see another boom in spiritualism. And
I think it's already started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all the events you can look at now, that's the one thing everybody agrees on, and it's very widely accepted. And what's crazy about it, the one prediction that was in there by Charles Fort, which anybody into the supernatural should be pretty familiar with him. But he thought that in, 20 years or so, it was going to be as normal as, everything else, right?
Right.
Because that was going to be the new way. Because they were really going up that scale. If you were looking at a graph, times were good. It was going way, way, way up. And then all of a sudden we had that post World War II. Let's have 2.5 children and a white picket fence and all meet at church and have the Sunday bake and the long dresses.
Right.
It just wasn't accepted anymore.
Right.
And I think that's one of the funny things to me is you always look at your grandparents as, oh my God, they were so proper back then and, all this. I don't think it's always been that way. Like the kids from the 50s probably knew their grandmother or their mother was a wild harlot or something during the 20s. I mean, the 20s and 30s, man, people would they partied,
They did.
They partied hardy. And I love that period. Like I love the Victorian era with the spiritualism and everybody got together to have the seances and what have you. But also in like the 20s and 30s, they got like a lot of occultism and they were really looking into magic and having great success. And if you look at even World War II, right? I know Germany, before all the crap happened with the Nazis, which was just a rogue political party that started all that, Germany was the place to be, man. That's where all the parties were. That was like Babylon.
Right.
And people would go there from everywhere to party and to go to these clubs, these exclusive clubs. Hollywood stars would go there like crazy because that was just where you went to go freaking let it loose. Everything went. Like there was anything goes.
Right.
And that's one of the crazy things. It got so nuts that when the Nazi party came, that people, there was some people that was like, yeah, let's grab onto this traditionalism or whatever. It's really nuts.
Right.
And that's some of that history can repeat itself.
Oh yeah, it goes in cycles.
Yeah.
It goes in cycles.
Very easily. It's nuts, man. But it's just a really cool story because at the very heart and crux of that story, it's a real ghost story.
A pretty severe, crazy one.
Yeah.
Like something you don't hear every day.
Absolutely.
It wasn't just a ghost bothering her. Things were flying and dishes were breaking and she was being injured.
Yeah. And I apologize, people, but I really wanted to read that because that's just one of those cool things. I want everybody to get as interested as I am about it and find that book. Well, keeping with, list and such things as those, I got to give you this, man. This is some cool stuff. This is some really cool stuff.
Okay.
So as far as books go, and we were just talking about one, obviously, I like, just as I like my movies, traditional ghost stories. I like it to be a haunted house or a haunted bathroom or a haunted car, whatever.
Right.
Not a haunted car. I don't like haunted cars. That's stupid. There is movies like that. I was trying to be funny, but then I'm like, no, there's a lot of those. I like, like your traditional old school gothic-y horror.
Right.
Like, oh, we bought this house that looks so creepy, and then it's
haunted.
Help us. Yes, the haunting, right.
Right.
And so with these, there's a new article out from The Guardian, and they go into some of the greatest, in their opinion, and this is all, subjective, right?
Right,
so,
right.
In their opinion, the best ghost stories ever. ever.
Okay.
And they're just in book form here, is what I will say. So we're going to go through this list because it's really cool. And I'm always looking for new things to read.
Right.
Because, well, that's what I do a lot. Well, even listening to books. I consider that reading.
That counts.
Because it's hard to read. I would read on the road, but
it's a lot safer just to listen.
Until I get my Tesla.
You are. And you can kick back.
I don't know. Could you do it? Could you not look at the road?
No, I could not let a car drive for me. No.
I don't think I could either. No. There's no way.
I'd be too nervous. I'd have to be very, very much on Xanax.
Well, I already am, and I still couldn't do it. So let's go to the first one here, which is Beloved by Toni Morrison. This comes out in 1987. What a great year, 1987. Mm-hmm. This great testament to the horrors of slavery opens with a haunting line, and it continues on from there. In the Nobel Prize winning author's most famous book, the ghost of a baby killed by her mother to save her from slavery is a malicious sprite, but also a metaphor for the way in which the great evil of slavery haunts its victims after abolition, haunts the history of America, and should haunt us all. Which it does. Mm-hmm. To write it was to pitch a tent in a cemetery inhabited by a highly vocal ghost, Morrison said. Talking of the chaos of the needy dead, when Morrison's death was announced at the beginning of August, many commentators cited Beloved as one of the greatest novels of all time. If you haven't read it, what's wrong with you? Well, there's something wrong with me because I haven't read it.
I have not.
And it sounds great, especially coming from the very haunted South, where many of the places that we've investigated have such ties to slavery, and there's always such sadness involved in that. I know how emotional we got in the basement of Major Graham Mansion when you see the chains on the walls, and it's just like, did we really do this? And did we really come from this? It's so bad. And people like to move past that and get by it and forget about it, but there's stark reminders right in your face sometimes. So that book's probably pretty good.
Yes, and it's probably really scary.
Oh, absolutely.
Child ghost.
Child ghosts are the worst.
They are.
Number 2, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, 1898.
I have heard of this one.
No list of ghost stories could exclude this Victorian classic set in a remote country house. A governess has care of a young boy and girl, 2 orphans, who she comes to believe can see the ghost of a man and woman maliciously haunting the house. One of the intriguing aspects of reading this unresolved story is that, seen through modern eyes, its ambiguities offer themselves up as metaphors for child neglect and sexual abuse within the home. Or the person writing this article is a SJW who sees a metaphor in everything.
Apparently.
Because I believe it's probably just a freaking ghost story where some kid gets diddled. I'm just saying, it's written in 1898.
It is.
They didn't do a lot of metaphors for diddling then. It was just a lot of diddling.
That's right. They were just straight up about it.
Yeah, so I'm just playing, folks. But listen, I am playing and not playing. Sometimes people look for meaning in places where there is none. Okay, and you can find it. You could totally find it. I love looking up meanings of songs from people who didn't write the songs.
Oh, kind of like, in church when they show you the satanic music documentary.
Well, kinda, miss. I've got so many issues from my childhood, but no, not at all. I'm talking about when you look up, what's the meaning of Africa by Toto, and you go there and it's like, this is a modern cry to the atrocities of, no, it's not. It's about the plains of. I'm just saying, there are a lot of times you don't know what the person was writing.
Right.
You just don't know. Read some of my song lyrics. I know how they got read back to me. I'll never forget that. I had a girlfriend's mom one time who found some of my songs, and I had a song called Ocean Blue. Okay. It was literally 100% about my love of the ocean and about how I wanted to leave everyone behind and get on a ship as a crewman and sail the ocean blue until I eventually triumphed and got my own ship. That was one of my dreams, right? And instead of vocalizing that in a class or to other people, I wrote a song about it, because that's not something you could do in modern times. This was more like, I wish I was living in the 1700s and I could have been a crew member, and I could have eventually taken a ship and even pirated a ship, whatever. It was about selling the ocean blue. That's what it was about. And this venomous vixen succubus found the lyrics and got a hold of my mom and dad and was like, it's he wrote this is like absolutely about drugs. So I had a sit down.
Was it a metaphor for drug use?
I come home from being out with my friends,
right,
not doing drugs, by the way, because I didn't at the time. And I came home and they're like, we need to talk. And this happened quite often. It was always wrong. Like every time that happened with my parents, they were totally wrong. And, they were like, we see you're getting very upset right now. It's like, well, no shit, I'm getting upset because I'm being falsely accused of something. I mean, I don't know who doesn't get upset in those instances, especially when they happen over and over and over.
Right.
I even have a family member now who went to school with me at the time, and I won't say her name, Becky, but her and her sister used to tell on me all the time, right? So no one could figure out, like, why don't you unblock Becky off Facebook? And I hope she's listening right now. I love you, Becky, but you're a really sweetheart, but you used to tattle on me about shit that wasn't true. So I don't hold a grudge for 30 years or anything, but yeah, I do. And, it's just one of those things. Like this song, I'll never forget my dad. Best line ever. And it was best line ever. He's like, we looked into it. Did you? And he's like, I don't know why you're smiling. I remember this vividly. And he's like, ocean blue is another word for slow gin and vodka. And I was like,
because that is the teenager's choice of drink.
I was like,
slow gin and vodka.
I was like, I don't even know what slow gin is. Like, I really don't. It sounds like this girl I knew that got hit in the head when she was 4. But other than that, I mean, I really don't know. It's like, well, that's what it is. It's a drink. And I was like, well, I don't go to bars. I'm 16, I haven't went in and go, hey, Mickey, can I get a ocean blue? I mean,
rocks,
please. Yeah. This is true. This really happened to me.
I believe you.
And it was like one of a trillion. And it would always be this kind of stuff, but I'm just going with the meanings on stuff. And, when we put our first album out as Dead Level, oh my God, it was all these people that were accosting members of my band, because Troy was a lot younger than us, our drummer, but he was, what do you call it? A savant. He was,
oh yeah, he was fantastic.
Unbelievable. He could play anything. And he played faster and harder, and we literally had to replace his snare every practice, guys, because he would beat the piss out of it and ruin it every time. But you don't want to take that away, Right. It's like, no, we'll get extras. But they got a hold of him, like his parents, and they were like, this song, Sundays, this is blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, because he made it was a serious practice. He was like, hey man, can we tone down the songs a little bit? And I'm like what? Like what are you talking? Well, Sundays, it's just so blatant. I'm like, it's blatantly about what you're talking about. I was like the whole song is about hypocrites, and it's about people that are getting drunk on Saturday night and showing up at church on Sunday and judging me for not being there, judging me for working 70 hours a week while they're cheating on their wives. That's what it's about. And just about, I'm not saying that what I do is right or wrong, but I don't point a finger at you. And that's the whole song is about, don't point your fingers at me. There's one person that can point their finger at me, and that's the same person that you're supposedly worshiping. And, let that be between us. It's not your call. And I tried explaining that, and it's like, but why does it sound like? I was like, it sounds like that just because people don't ever care to look inside for something.
Right.
They look at everything and see what they want to see. And that's what it's all about. I even wrote another song after that was on our ill-fated Season in Hell, but Stereo Hype, which is still one of my favorite songs I ever wrote. It's one of my favorite songs I ever actually performed, because by that point, when we got screwed over by, again, I don't want to use names, but Gene, who stole money from us and, recorded our full album and then gave up and, all this stuff. But I wrote this song Stereo Hype, which was just amazing, musically, vocally, everything. But lyrically, it's honestly, to this day, it's my favorite song I ever wrote. And it's all about, people judging judging you and judging what you've written and putting it in there going, oh no, that's a metaphor. That's a metaphor for your pain. And it's like, no, that was the only thing I could make rhyme. That particular line doesn't mean crap. I hope it means something to you, but no, that was the only thing that would rhyme with ringworm. I don't know. So it's sometimes it's just like that. What is it? This is a special treat, guys. This will be a hidden gem like later on. I'm trying to remember the words to Stereo Hype off the top of my head, but it's like, write it up, call it evil, call it black sin. Burn your books, break your albums with a good friend. This is the devil's work, won't listen to you. Don't try to explain, cause we can see right through you. It was like that. Yeah, the chorus, there was like another part to the first verse there, but like a pre-chorus thing. But the chorus was because it was like we all together. It was like, I'll say anything I want to. You can't take that from me. I'll write anything I want to. You're too blind to see. Then I would say motherfucker, but that was a great song. Really great song.
It was one of your favorites.
I like that, and I liked Flyover too. So maybe in a future episode we'll do the Flyover song, because
we'll have to be digging out the notebooks and the cassette tapes.
Oh my God. I really that last crop of songs was so great. I love it. It's I really wish it could see the light of day somehow, some way.
I'd like to have a copy of that live album that got recorded without your knowledge.
Yeah. Me too.
From that live show that you did. Yeah. And supposedly there's a copy floating around somewhere.
It floats around. Yeah. And and I've heard pieces of it. There's other stuff out there floating around that I'd like to have the other end copy. I had a copy of some stuff we did with a friend of mine that's no longer with us that I absolutely love. And honestly, it wasn't with Dead Level, but it was with a band that I wish had, I don't know, I wish I'd had my head out of my own ass more at the time, because I didn't have enough confidence in myself. My friend had all the confidence in the world in me, but he wanted me to, dress up on stage and wear boas. And he had a little short song. He's like, we got to do this song at the first of every show. It's like the welcome song. And, we're just it's like a 45-minute song to get everybody going. And then they'll know it's every time we do a show. And I was like, that's stupid, man. That's I don't want to do that. And, it was the best thing ever, because it would have just been fun. It was like a party, man. It was true rock and roll. It was the favorite thing that I did to Stacey ever. I mean, she was
all that stuff.
She was a true fan of that stuff. She's like, no, I can dig that, because it was Aerosmith. It was like if Aerosmith had a dirty, slimy lead singer. Dirtier than Steven Tyler, because the stuff I wrote, everything I wrote, it was true rock and roll in that song. In that band, it was true rock and roll, except I was singing about strippers in hell.
Right.
So it was like fun for girls like Stacey because of her little gothiness.
I'm sure we have practice tapes of that somewhere. Like
I have looked
versions
everywhere for the infamous full practice version that had every song, and I can't find it everywhere. I can't find it anywhere. But it was really good quality, and it had everything to it, all the amazing solos and everything to it. But anyway, that's that band was called 9 Day Fall for a short period of time, which ended up being the finishing move for my tag team, KMF Incorporated. So there's a lot of people that, if you're a wrestler in this area and you're listening to this podcast and you hear me say 9 Day Fall, your back hurts a little bit because you remember taking it. And it was the one move that we promised everybody in the back. No, it don't hurt at all. Not a bit. And we'd always ask somebody in the back that had taken it before. And of course they're scared to death of my guys because they're both 6'7", and look over and just be like, tell them it doesn't hurt. Oh no. And he's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I'll be out of this soon. But it's so funny because many times we only gave that once. And it's a move to this day in pro wrestling I've never seen anybody attempt it, because it was a double press from two 6'7" guys, one hand on the leg, one hand on the neck from each man. The two men are facing one another, and what they do is they press you first up in the air. So two 6'7" men that are standing probably 6'9" with their boots on, fully extended arms. So God knows you're 8 feet easily, 8 feet in the air. And then they push your neck and bring your leg down quickly as they're pushing your head.
So they're flipping
backwards.
you over?
Yeah, they're flipping you over.
Oh my goodness.
And you take a back bump, but it's so quick. It's like with the momentum, because they pull your leg and push your face.
Right, I gotcha.
And it's shoo, and you're going. It's the 9-day fall, and which was Lucifer's descent.
Right. Or how many days you're going to hurt after you take that.
Yeah, how many days before you can walk?
Something. Well, you've described it, so you may see it now somewhere.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, not for long, because that's one of those moves. It's just bloody dangerous, man.
Right.
But anyway, back onto the thing here. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. We were doing a list, weren't we?
We were doing a list, but you know what? The beauty of me is this. So turn of the screw. Okay, read it. The next one is called Man Tiger.
Wow, that sounds like it should be a Mystery Science Theater
or
movie.
Or something. Yeah.
Man Tiger.
It comes on at 3 a.m. on Manamax.
Wow, Man Tiger.
Oh, wow. Man Tiger by Ika. Sorry.
Love her. Is that a her? It has to be a her.
Actually, Eka. It doesn't have to be a her. It could be. The
name of the book is Man Tiger.
It could be everyone known as.
Anyone.
Kerniawan. Okay, I'm going to do that again. Okay. Man Tiger, but just leave this all in, by the way.
I'm going to.
By Ika Kerniawan. I'm sure I butchered that.
That's okay.
And I am so sorry.
I'm pretty sure people can look up Man Tiger and maybe not get that many results.
Maybe you shouldn't look up Man Tiger. There's only two things you're going to get, right? You're either going to get this horrible experiment that I don't even want to see,
right?
Or you're going to get some, like, I don't know, GIMP mask. So it's from 2015. And here's the synopsis, if you will.
Okay.
If you will. Ghost story. It took Dusty a long time this episode.
I'm telling you, he was scared.
Ghost stories from different nations provide a cultural barometer of sorts. Ghosts have a strong presence in Indonesian culture, and the white tiger that inhabits this story is not only the phantom inside the young murderer, Margio, but also a literal tiger that can be seen by the villagers. This short, intense, and beautiful book was selected for the Man Booker International Long List, making Ika the first Indonesian author to be nominated.
Well, that's something.
Is it really a ghost story? Who cares? Well, you know what? It's a ghost story list, so I kind of care, Guardian. The next one, I'm not even going to comment on that one. Stupid Guardian. The next one, number 4. Ghost of the Tsunami.
Now that sounds interesting.
By Richard Lloyd Perry. Mm-hmm. And not Perry like your family, like Perry like your sword button.
Oh, I see.
2017. This award-winning nonfiction account of the 2011 tsunami that claimed tens of thousands of lives in Japan isn't strictly a ghost story either, but it's a stunning account of how the living are haunted by the need to reclaim their dead. Perry concentrates on the tragedy of Okawa Primary School, which lost all but 2 of its children. Oh my God. Many of his depictions will haunt you. For me, it was the bereaved parents training themselves to operate mechanical diggers so they could excavate silt and mud for the bodies of their children long after the official search had given up. Jesus Christ.
Awful.
That is maybe the worst thing I've ever read short form.
Yep.
I don't have any desire to read that book.
No, that's not scary. That's
tragic.
Sad and tragic, yes.
That is almost having to live through the pain and suffering that these poor human beings had to, because I can't imagine not only losing a child, but losing a child knowing that their last moments were full of horrific fear and not being able to hold them, not being able to die with them. Because I would much rather have died holding them, than Jesus Christ.
Wow, that just sort of brought the whole thing down, didn't it? Thanks, Guardian.
Yeah, and again, not a ghost story.
No, not at all.
There's a lot of ghosts of that tsunami, and I still believe it's taboo to investigate it. Like, there's parts of me who would love to go there and do that. There is famous footage that, where you see like this weird looking creature or ethereal being from the time of the tsunami actually happening. And I remember seeing it in 2011, right when this happened, and it's like it goes up a wall or whatever, and you can only imagine the things you would see there live with spirits escaping the bodies.
Right.
I mean, that much tragedy happened at once, and of course we all know the recipe for a haunting is sudden death and unexpected, and feeling like you haven't fulfilled what you need to fulfill and such things. So there's every recipe for every kind of haunting there, and I can only imagine. But you know what? In those cases, I would say it's more personal for the survivors, because aside from survivor guilt, you're probably trying to cope with. I mean, you probably would love to see your loved ones there again. I mean, it's really bad, man. That's a terrible, terrible story.
It really is.
Number 5. Jesus Christ. Get over this. Lincoln in the Bardo by George Saunders, 2017. I obviously, this person that wrote this is also 24. I'm not going to read any more of these, and we'll leave this in. Let me tell you the titles. Dark Matter, number 6 from 2010. Number 7, The Lovely Bones, which was a great movie, by Alice Sebold, 2002. Imagine that. Oh, look, here's one from 2009. The Little Stranger by Sarah Waters. 1983.
Ooh.
The Woman in Black by Susan Hill. Yes.
There you are. That one is scary.
It's very good.
Yes,
Actual
good
ghost
job.
story. Thanks. 2001 Hotel World. Okay, there you go. You know what? So we're gonna get a new list for next week of real haunted books.
I feel like the lesson here is to not listen to the Guardian about your scary reading.
Yeah, or your metaphors. Yeah, because, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
All right, well, after that monstrosity of, like I said, I'm going to get my own list of books. So I need you guys, I want you to send me some books. I want you to send me some list of your favorite, traditional ghost story books. And we'll go by the reader's list.
There you go.
And tell me why it's special to you, what makes you like it. I don't care if it's bears in the night. Whatever it is, just let me know, and we'll go over the reader's list, and we will not use
the Guardian's list
ever again.
Right.
So, but I have another little list before we get into something we like to call the news. I got something, a little something, yo. You're gonna like this.
Okay.
Well, you might not like it, but you're gonna listen to it.
I'll pretend that I do.
Don't listen. You can act all cool. You can act all hot toddy and high and mighty, but let me tell you something, sis. Oh, when daddy's home, there ain't no pretending going on. If that's pretending, you should be Meryl Streep and be in terms of endearment, because that's some of the best acting I ever seen. That's just saying. #satisfaction.
Let's just get on to your list.
All right. So this list is, keeping with haunted, and all that good stuff, which is a good thing considering that's a freaking podcast, right?
Right.
All right. So this one, we've talked about some of these before, and so we're going to talk about them again, but this is just something because they're the biggest, bestest, most forestest of all of them. And the way we're going to do this it's a top list. It's a personal top list.
Okay.
A personal top list of our personal top ghost.
Okay.
But the way we're going to do this is special. If we told the story quite often on the show, I'm not going to tell the story. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to call the story what it is, and you'll know what it is, and that's that. Wiffle ball bat, all good. Mm-hmm. Okay? But still yet some of the creepiest ghost stories that we've had.
Okay.
So I'd like to start this out with number 5.
Okay.
Number 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. This is one of those video things.
I gotcha.
So, number 5. This goes back to 2006.
Okay.
I'm at work. Stacey's at work. We work at different places. And our kids were staying home, and because they were latchkey kids and all this stuff. And the weird thing was our dog had to be taken out to pee. That wasn't very weird, but it'd be weird if our dog used the bathroom and like used the toilet paper and stuff. But the dog had to be taken out to pee. And this particular night, our son was home by himself. Mm-hmm. And, so it was winter, and so it was getting dark already. And, even at that time, 5:30 is dark, mm-hmm. I mean, it was that time of year. Mm-hmm. So I get a call on my cell phone at work, and I think I'm getting ready to actually arrest somebody at the time. I remember it was like a very bad timing because he called and then he had to call again. But I was like, I better answer that because I don't usually get calls from the house,
right?
No matter where I'm working. And I remember answering it, and he was freaking out. He was just absolutely freaking out. He's like, I was trying to take Star out, and I went into the room, which would have been this little door that went into a garage area, but it used to be a beauty salon for the lady who died in the house. Mm-hmm. But it was another little storage room that we used, and that room would lead to the outside, or it would also lead to another little bedroom we had created. But it was a door that didn't lock. It did not lock. It didn't even have a freaking lock. Nope. It was just a door handle. Mm-hmm. But he got in that room and took the dog out to pee, all this stuff, and could not get back in the main house. And there was creepy stuff happening. There was things moving, and the dog was going crazy because the poor dog suffered through all this. Mm-hmm. But he would also tell me, hey, I saw this, and he didn't want to tell me, but there was times we'd be playing a video game, and he'd be like, after about an hour, he'd say, sometimes things happen. And I'd be like what happens? Well, I mean, I see this lady come down the steps, and she just kind of looks at me. Sometimes I wake up and she's looking at me, and it was like, well, that's creepy. Mm-hmm. But our daughter saw it too, and our daughter had a room down there in the first floor, and she would see the lady come and walk through her room and look out the window, and guests to the house would sometimes see the lady in the shower. They'd be taking a shower and see a silhouette outside the shower, which is the thing you never want to see,
right?
And they would look out there, and of course the lady died in that bathroom. That was the whole deal, was she died, had a heart attack or whatever in that bathroom. So we're not sure that was the lady, but because this did become malicious, and it did affect everyone in the house. Now, it could have been a combination of that and other things, but this is the Black House I'm talking about. So there was a lot. I mean, this could be a movie. The Black House could be its own film from the 4 or 5 years we spent in that hellhole, and just from the descent of our family. Mm-hmm. It just destroyed our family, fractured our family for the rest of the time. Our family's still fractured as it was, from what we were before we moved in to what we were after. I don't know, maybe not. There was already stuff going on, I think, before, but anyway, it just brought stuff to light. And that was a truly scary ghost story for us personally. Mm-hmm. And keeping in the Black House, number 4 is the Knox. I went through some time, where I was working strange schedules, doing paranormal, going off and doing wrestling, it's much the same, right? Just doing a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. And I have to do a lot of stuff. People that are not creative, they don't understand. When you have a super creative mind, you have to keep it filled. I mean, you have to keep things happening. The worst thing that can happen to me is silence, because that's the noisiest time. When I'm in a room by myself, all I hear is everything. And I hate it. I can't stand it. I can't stand sitting still. I absolutely despise it, because that's when stuff starts going sideways for me. Seriously, mentally, everything, I can't take it. Mm-hmm. So I try to fill my life with as much activity as possible. I have to have things to look forward to. I have to literally create events to do, or I'm just terrible. I can't do it. That's why I get so much accomplished at work, because I have to get stuff done. But I was, sleeping when I could, and things had started happening. My investigations had taken a very dark route, mm-hmm. and everything I did on these investigations was really dark. I still say Cott County Memorial Building really amped it up quite a bit. I think there was something that came from there. We already had stuff attached to us, but really something out of that building, just nothing was ever right again. After that one, you always carry stuff with you, but the investigations were just dark, and things were always happening, and people were already starting to point out, we go with John and there's like 1,000 EVPs compared to one, and it's just weird. It's just stuff always happens. So I would be going to sleep, and I would all of a sudden, almost asleep, hear just loud as hell. And it'd be 3 knocks. And it would be 3 knocks. But it would be so loud it shook my soul, and even my show. But I would jump up or holler at the kids, be like, hey, who was that? And nobody heard, didn't hear anything, Daddy, nothing. Okay. And I'd be going back to sleep, and sometimes it would happen like right again. It'd be again. And it would be the front door, man. Now, the worst of the worst was when in the mornings when I'd be by myself. Stacey'd be at work. I'd be going to work in the afternoon. I'd be by myself, and I'd be trying to take a nap, and I would hear that knock. And that knock happened for months. And I tried telling people, but your wife or whoever, they believe you, but they don't believe you. We're in a completely different place. I mean, we've been together 10 years at the time, but there's a big difference in 10 and eternity. We've been through so much. At this point, she knows, if I tell her something, she really takes it very serious. And but at the time, it didn't feel like anybody did. It was just like, well, you're probably just falling asleep, and you're getting something while you're going to sleep, which is a possibility, right? But this was not the case. There was something more. There was something sinister to it, and it was something. I never feel scared. I'm not scared of a man. I'm not trying to sound like a badass, but it is what it is. I'm not scared of anyone. I'm just not. Never will be. And living or dead. And I was terrified. And that's one thing that I knew there was something wrong, because when I would wake up from this, I was terrified. And I would hate myself for it. I mean, what the hell? Why am I scared? So, that translates into the story from the book, The People at the Door. I don't think I put the knock part in the People at the Door story. So that's the real beginning to that story. And, we've told the story on here before, but, that all led up to those out of time, seriously, wearing clothes that didn't actually fit right. They looked like they were from the 60s or 70s. And they were beating on my front door. And if you can just imagine it, they were beating on my front door so hard and laughing and cackling like the Joker and Harley Quinn that the door was bending in at the top. It was a big steel door, and still yet it was coming in at the top where you could see the sunlight coming through. And, I creeped over to look out the blinds just barely, and I could see them down there. And they were laughing and cackling. And they were just man, it was, you knew they were going to murder you. That's just what, I just knew it. So I always have guns, man. And I mean, you just got to. And my first thought was like, I'm going to get to my gun. And I was trying to move. And I got past the split level stairs that would go down to that door while they're still beating on it. And I'm just trying to move where you remember every creak in the floor. And you're trying not to hit it. And because in your mind, they can hear the creaks inside, when you're trying to be super quiet. And I got to the stairs, and all of a sudden I'm just like, why the hell am I scared? That's just not who I am. There's a girl and a guy. I'm going to open that door and punch him in the throat. I mean, seriously, I'm going to kill this guy. And, so I didn't need a gun. I was going to kill him. I mean, it's horrible to say, but he was trying to break in my freaking house. Mm-hmm. And so when that thought hit my head, guess what happened? The knocks quit. And it was like all of a sudden, snap back to life, snap back to reality. I still am being cautious, and I go over to the door. Man, they're gone. They're gone. And the car's gone. They're gone. I don't know how in the hell, from the steps it took to get from my staircase to the window, they could have ran up our yard and got back in a car and took off. Mm-hmm. No idea. I mean, do you?
No, not the way the house was set up and the road and stuff. There's no way they could have got away without you seeing them.
No. Mm-mm. So, I mean, just speculation. What do you think? Number one, do you think that the knocks that I was hearing and that the people at the door is a connected phenomena? Do you think it's all manifestations of the house? Do you think that it's all manifestations of the demonic presence that we were experiencing at the time, or random? I mean, do you think it's something else?
I mean, I have no idea. I'm not the one that experienced it. I mean, it feels like it's probably connected because it's all had to do around the front door, and it was all in the same location. But, who could say for sure?
Well, I mean, as an investigator, say you don't know me and I'm asking you for answers. Mm-hmm. What would you put into that? Like if you were psychoanalyzing it, I mean,
I would say that it was all the same thing, the same negative, presence trying to mess with you.
It still messes with me. Mm-hmm. It still messes with me. The next one, number 3, in keeping with the fact that I just got Stacey this badass Ouija board. I shouldn't call it a Ouija board. It's a spirit board. It's a spirit board. Mm-hmm. But it's so nice, and yet we haven't played with it. Mm-mm. Because we haven't played with one since, I don't know, baby, 97. Mm-hmm. And of course the next one is the event. Now, you guys know the event. You know the story. You've either read the story, you've heard us talk about it. The very first encounter Stacey and I had together with the shadow person, mm-hmm. that was the end all be all of full body shadow people. But what we don't talk about, or we give different versions, whatever, of the origins of it, that's what I'm going to give you now. So it's the Ouija event. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of the prequel to the event, the pre-tug for the big, mm-hmm. the big thing. Mm-hmm. Wow. With that, we were, back then we were, we were in our early 20s. We were kids, babies, mm-hmm. dating and all this stuff that goes with dating, and drinking quite heavily and quite often. Mm-hmm. And this night was a little date at Stacey's house because we were broke, basically. So we were drinking and having a good time, and Stacey was looking all sexy, and I'd been doing some education on music for her, which I loved, and she seemed like she loved, and we would play board games, and we had such a good time, to not have any money. It was so wonderful. We had like this magic summer together where it was just, and I'm not even making it dirty, but it was just love making, and it was being together and laughing and learning things about each other. And, things like the board games, things like the, little things we did with face, with even the body paint. I mean, stuff was fun. Let's just say stuff was fun. So we were having one of those nights, and we decided to do the Ouija board, and that's the day we had went out and, I went to the witch shop with her, and I'd got the invocation book. And of course, as Stacey famously tells, there's a truth. I went to the last page just because the last page was the invoking the demon. And, I wanted to control the demon. I mean, why not? I didn't think it was going to work. I mean, hell, it just didn't seem like it was going to work. So, candles, mirror, Ouija board, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And, I was asking for a certain spirit. And that spirit was Andy Wood. I wanted the spirit of Andrew Wood from Mother Love Bone. And if you know, you know. If you don't know, then you can look it up. It's kind of the godfather of the Seattle grunge music. As far as he was in Malfunction, then he goes in Mother Love Bone. They got signed to their big deal, and he tragically passed away to addiction, and as too many of those young guys did from the Seattle scene. And his band famously went on to become Pearl Jam, with the new lead singer Eddie Vedder. But I love Mother Love Bone. Love Mother Love Bone. And I had turned her on to it, and she loved it too. Every song, that they ever wrote, So it was one of those young kid stupid things of just wanting to contact a dead hero or whatever and talk to him and all this stuff. So I put his name into it and all this, and we did the stuff. And of course I did it with my, as she says, pomp and circumstance, Mm-hmm. It would be like, well, we're talking to you, spirit from beyond. If you are here, can you please give us a sign, and a little bit less Kathleen, or whatever. That sounded like that old lady. I can't think of her name right now, the actress. But weirdly enough, yeah, there was some candle play. When I was doing this, we got this weird feeling. It was just a weird feeling. That chill that goes over you when you screw up, that went over us. And then our youngest girl is creepily in the freaking hallway right behind us. And I mean, she was always a creepy kid anyway. Mm-hmm. But there she was, just standing. And, now we know that, especially demons instantly go to the youngest in the house. That's one of the things that they'll prey on the weakest, I should say. It's not necessarily the youngest, it's the weakest. And, it scared the bejesus out of us. Mm-hmm. But in doing that, it took us away from closing that out. And we didn't close out the session. Now, we did know that was important, mm-hmm. To close that out, but we didn't realize about distractions at the time. And we do now. We look for distractions now. We know that they're going to want to try to make us mess up something and say Klato, Verata, Nictu, or necktie, and mess up the words, But from that point, it wasn't just the event. It was the shadow person, but that wasn't just it. We lived with severe haunting. It was all kinds of stuff. It was objects not being right in the right place or disappearing. It was whispers. It was the feeling of something looking at you. We moved, and when we moved, there was still a certain level of things. Even our relationship went from a love story, an absolute freaking Nicholas Sparks book. They needed each other at the right time. It was perfect. Seriously, it was perfect. Had we got married right then, it was a perfect love story and sweet. And there was so much bad stuff that happened after that. And maybe that bad stuff's because, we're bad people. I don't know. But maybe not. You always got to wonder when you deal with things like this, what causes things. And it was one of the creepier moments, but that really goes into me to the next one, which is Charlotte.
Yes.
And or Gastonia.
Right.
And poor Stacey had to live in that freaking house all the time because of money. I had to go to work, and I would go to work in morning till night, and we had no way to contact each other. It was not like it is now. And, so I would go to work and I would come home that evening, and during the day it was her fainting in a mysterious place where she didn't know anybody, and having to walk the kids to school, which was hell on earth because the bus is being retarded and not, they would go to the house beside us or something. It was really, really stupid stuff. There was a lot of things stacked against us. Okay. And in this house, we didn't know much about it. It was a ranch style. It was actually in Gastonia, North Carolina. It was not in a terrible neighborhood. It was just kind of an older neighborhood. For the houses looked like they're from the 60s probably. And it was a good size house, really. I mean, for a ranch style house. There was big rooms for the kids, and it had a couple of bathrooms, and it was all good. The only problem was, we even had a lot of fun in there at times too, but the only problem was at night, especially at night, is when the spirits would come out and play. And there was several of them. And if you've ever been scared because you heard a noise, imagine laying in your bed, and directly down the hallway from your bed, because the way our bed was, the door would be, beside you. Open the door, and you could look. You'd be laying sideways, but you could look down the hallway all the way to the outside door, and which would go by all the kids' rooms, and would go by the bathroom, go by the room to go into the living room, and go into the dining room, and go in the kitchen, and so you could see all the way down through there. So at nighttime, in the kitchen area, the spirits would walk around, and it was footsteps, legitimate footsteps. Not imaginary footsteps, not maybe you hear this, you hear that. I'm talking footsteps with weight. And they were just walking around. And they would just do it all night. And
a lot of sleepless nights in that place.
Yeah.
We'd stay up a lot.
Yeah, we ended up getting all Max Alerts real bad. Back when Max Alerts had crack in them.
And you could buy them in the gas station.
Yeah. And man, we ate so many Max Alerts. I don't know how our hearts didn't explode, but
it was so bad we played fishing on the Xbox and enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Like we would fish.
Yeah.
All night.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We thought it was the greatest thing ever because we had to make it that way. And I remember us getting football games and renaming everybody. like we would take the time to rename every single player, but not with actual players. We would rename them stupid things, and but that's just what we did. We did that to cope and stay up, like she said. Really, really strange, but I still had to go to work, and so I would, stay up as much as I could, but she would pretty much have to stay up the whole time. I can only imagine she would try to get naps when I would go to work.
Well, I was able to nap when the kids went to school, and the littlest one was still taking naps too. So I would get a chance to nap during the day.
Right.
So it was not too bad.
Yeah, but you remember that the same way, right? It's from your memory. What was it like?
It was just it was a really ominous feeling at night, and you could hear it was just that constant walking, like somebody was pacing just constantly, and it, sometimes you'll hear a noise, and you're like, oh, there's a noise. Like here, we hear stuff all the time. We hear footsteps. It's like, oh, it's not menacing. It doesn't come with a bad feeling. But for some reason in that house, it just permeated with this really awful feeling. Like you just felt like something was right behind you all the time. It was really creepy.
The other day I was driving to one of my stores, and I actually recorded this. There's a little video. There's a lot of little short videos of stuff when it happens to me. I never end up showing, but I was turning up this road, and all of a sudden, my book I was listening to and everything just went black, went completely black, turned off. Right at that same time, I hear John Edwards.
Oh, that's creepy.
Just right in my face.
Right.
And I mean, I'm used to a lot of stuff, but sometimes it's still startling.
It is. When they say your name, it's really because it's so personal.
Well, yeah, and they're probably not normally around.
Right.
You know?
It's not like you're just stumbling on some kind of haunting.
Yeah.
You're stumbling into something that knows who you are.
Yeah.
And that's unsettling.
Yeah, it was clear as a bell. So I do what you do. I stayed calm. I got my phone, hit record, and I was just like, hey, I'm here. You want to talk? And I was videoing. I was telling the stories, what was happening when I was videoing.
Right.
While I was doing that, my radio comes on to the static.
Oh, that's always creepy.
And I was like, cool. You know, I was like, do you want to talk through that? And, you know, I didn't get anything, nothing. But it was just the power that it came through.
Yeah, I mean, it came through and disconnected your phone from the car and everything. I mean, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I would like to know what happened there, but I don't.
Did you ever go back and listen to the recording?
No.
Oh.
No, I did not actually. And it's still on there. We can do that.
Okay.
Just remind me after the show. We'll do that.
Okay.
And if there's something on there, we'll post it for everybody at the end of the podcast, like when you're editing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be good.
Or we'll put it right here or something.
Okay.
There's a couple more I want to talk about, just all in keeping with the fun and different types of hauntings. Not menacing at all, but we've talked about this before. I loved it. In one place we had just lost our cat, and you know we loved our cat Mulder, but we had just lost it, and we were seeing a couple of weeks after that. You know, we kept seeing black shadows, and we wouldn't talk about it because we still don't. We still try not to talk about it until we're sure about stuff and with each other. But we were seeing black shadows at our feet, and you know, darting down the corner of your eye and all that stuff, and it went on for me for probably a week or so.
Me too.
And then we were in the kitchen together, and we were making dinner or something, and she sees me look down because I seen the damn thing, and she goes, "What are you looking at?" You know, she's always curious. She won't just say what she sees. She's like, "What are you looking at?" And I'm like, nothing, you know, and because I won't say what I seen in it, but. We eventually get to the point of she's like, oh my God, that's what I've been seeing. I was like, it's almost like literally the cat's still here.
Right. Well, I mean, I didn't even mention it for a couple of days because I think it didn't register for a few days because in my head, that was just the cat darting away. Like that's what it's like I had completely forgotten that we didn't have a cat anymore. And so after a few days, I was kind of like, no, wait a minute. It can't be the cat. We don't have a cat. So it took a while for that one to sink in.
Yeah, it was really weird, man. And I mean, just very, very weird. But what we ended up finding out was it was, you know, little people. It was astral critters, whatever you want to call it. And you know, they've been back and forth several times, you know, but it was one of our first experiences of really knowing it. And man, it was cool. Really, it was just different and interesting. And
it did go. I mean, they always move on eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one I've talked about quite a bit. This goes with Stacey again, but again, the day after I met Stacey, my doppelganger mother, and that one is one that just haunts me to my soul. It will always haunt me to my soul because it was real. It happened. I wasn't dreaming. I was awake, and I was laying on the couch and at my mom's house, and I'd been at Stacey's all night, and you know, the first night after I met her. And the long story short on this one, because we've told this story in depth, you know, I'm talking to my mom. I like look over at her. I don't realize that it's my younger mother, you know, because my mom she had just got sick, so she was in bed, you know, back in the other room. And, you know, I was talking to her, and she was, you know, kind of stern about some things and about some things she didn't want me to do and all this. And then I hear my actual mom, holler and ask if it was me. And when that happened, it's kind of like snap into reality. and she disappeared. And I answered my mom and everything, and I mean the deal was that all happened while I'm awake.
Right. The weird thing about that story, I know we call it the doppelganger mom, but normally doppelgangers don't speak.
Right.
So I mean, we just call it that because that's what we've always called it. So it makes you wonder, because that house is very haunted.
Yeah.
That one you grew up in there. And so
it's to this day.
Yeah. So it's really odd.
They won't let me cleanse it. They won't let me do anything because my mom.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nonstop stuff happening. There's scratches. All these women there have seen spirit in the house, full body. Stacey's seen some crap in the house.
Mm-hmm.
That she still doesn't really divulge too much on, but it creeped her out too.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of these times, man, of the worst times, have all come under emotional stress, between me and Stacey. Whatever it is, it could be financial, it could be whatever. But a lot of the worst times I've noticed has come when we were not at our strongest.
Right.
And that probably speaks volumes to the abilities of the both of us. And when combined, it's kind of like it's kind of a post you don't want to shake up.
Right.
And really for me, I'm going to end it on one that I've talked about quite a few times, but just growing up in the South and nonstop ghost stories. I mean, there was a house like whenever we'd go stay with Uncle Pat on my mom's side in Aunt Ada, there was the bedroom you didn't want to have to sleep in because so-and-so had died in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember watching Hammer Horror, like as a little kid by myself downstairs at that place, just so I wouldn't have to go up and stay in that stupid room.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I'm downstairs by myself in this house watching a Hammer Horror movie, which was like love for me. But, really my grandmother and grandfather's house in Bluntville, Tennessee, and it was, man, the story there was the lady who had owned it or lived there in the 1800s. She had old style stove. They wore the long dresses. She got caught on the stove and her dress caught on fire, and she burned alive.
Right. I think she ran out in the front yard.
Yeah, ran out in the front yard.
The thing about the house, it's like an old farmhouse, but it's one of those deals where the house was very small to begin with. So like when this happened to her, it was just the one room where the bathroom and like this dining room area is. And after that time, it had been built onto. It was eventually 2 stories, and it had a front room, and it had, has all these stairs and other bedrooms and stuff. So it's a much bigger house now. So where she would have run out of that old original building and burned up in the front yard would still now today be inside the house.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And I know that I personally had an experience there, and it was right there at that bathroom area, right where the original house would have started, I think.
And new women to the family are traditionally the ones that always have the experience. Mm-hmm. So if you're a woman that's coming into the Edwards family, and you're getting one of the boys, you traditionally get to meet the ghost. And Stacey had that experience. My mom had an experience when she was dating my dad. Mm-hmm. They stayed the night down there and slept in separate rooms and all that. And mom went to the bathroom and thought she saw my grandmother because the long hair and all this stuff, and it wasn't my grandmother, it was the ghost.
Mm-hmm. It's the same bathroom, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And several people have all seen the ghost. Mm-hmm. And it is what it is. They ended up redoing the fireplaces because somewhere people got stupid in the early 1900s and decided, hey, we got pretty fireplaces, let's cover them up with ugly stuff.
Right.
And at some point people like to recover that original brick. When they were doing that to one of the fireplaces, maybe upstairs, no, it would have been one of the downstairs ones. Mm-hmm. They pulled out the brick and there was a picture behind everything, like a very, very, very old picture. Mm-hmm. That I think they thought was that lady. So
yeah, and it had been bricked up into the fireplace, which is very odd because that's not something that you do with, art normally.
No, they bricked it up into the fireplace, which is also weird with the whole fire thing.
Right.
So, just very, very creepy, man. My dad's brothers, one of them had experienced so much crap there that he brought in an exorcist in there and to exorcise the entire house of demons. Yeah, Uncle Joe.
I can't blame.
Yeah, crazy Uncle Joe, but God love him. But he had to deal with that stuff all the time. All my cousins that were his kids, they all had ghosts at their house right down the street, and something would grab their feet at night. All of them, they would all there was a bunch of them, but they would share like 2 beds, and something would like grab their feet at night, and to like try to tug on their feet. The family's haunted. It just is. There was also some girls that came in there that did witchcraft and stuff like that. The Edwards boys like what they like, I guess.
You guys have a type.
We obviously have a type. But anyway, that's just some stories I wanted to share. Just it's that creepy time of year, and so good stuff, man. But not quite as good, not quite as wonderful as what we're all waiting for, and that is the main event when we get into the gruesomeness of Stacey and her news. So, without further ado,
bless you.
Why, thank you. Here's Stacey Edwards and Paranormal News. How?
Coming to you direct from the Sideshow Intercontinental Center for Strange Events and Odd Irregularities, she's more stealthy than a Cold War era spy. If it's from beyond the grave or above the sky, there's only one girl who looks under every rock to see. She's got your mysterious goodies and spells Stacey with an E. It's now time for Stacey Edwards and Paranormal News.
All right, so let's get to the news.
So, man, I tell you, if you guys were keeping up with the Sideshow Facebook, there's a lot of fun just happened.
Yes, we took a little break from the recording.
In between the first part of the show and the second part of the show, we decided to do a little session. And we used the spirit board, and we used a spirit box, and all that stuff. And so it was the first time we used her new spirit board.
Yes, I got it for my birthday. It's very nice.
And oh my God, so we barely had our fingers on there. We don't screw around and do distrustful stuff anyway, but we barely had our fingers on it, and it was just rolling, just going, man. And it gave us weird, like it went to 4 things. And then it stopped and didn't give us anything else.
Right.
It gave us 9, the number 9, W, K, and 4.
That's exactly what it gave us.
So we couldn't figure any initials for it or anything, but we thought maybe 9 weeks, like 9 WK and then 4. So
I don't know if there was supposed to be more to the message and it just like lost its gusto or something.
I don't know. From date of recording, we're recording this Friday night, so from recording it would be, just honest with you, Christmas Day.
9 weeks from now.
It could be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or it could be, like Stacey said, 9 weeks and 4 days, which would be the 29th. It could be a combination of things. If any of that means anything to you, let us know. So
and for us, we just wrote it down like we do everything and go back and see if it makes sense later.
When Yellowstone erupts, we'll be like, oh, well, I'll be damned.
What do you know? All right, so you ready for some news?
I'm ready.
All right, so the first couple of stories are just some recaps of things that we've already talked about with some new information.
I like new information.
Yeah, so there are stories that relate to things that we've already talked about, so I kind of wanted to just go through them really quickly and get them out of the way first. And the first one is a cattle mutilation.
Oh, no.
Isn't this crazy how many cattle mutilations that we've had recently? And this one is in Oklahoma. Now, most of the ones that we've talked about have been in Oregon, and they've had a lot going on there. This particular one is about a sheriff's department that's investigating calf mutilations in Oklahoma. This is in Comanche County. And the sheriff there said that his department's investigating a pair of calf mutilations that took place on a small ranch near North Drive and US 62. So They claim that the last mutilation they had was back in June. So they've actually had some this year as well. And the rancher, his name is Cody Zimmerman, he contacted the sheriff's department and said that he found 2 of his newborn calves mutilated near a pond on his property. It said they were found missing eyes, hearts, genitalia, and appear to have had their hooves scraped with a tool. I don't know what the purpose of that would have been. They said it was pretty unbelievable. And, it's like one of those things that you read about, but you never really expect it to happen to you. And they wouldn't speculate on any motives, but the sheriff did claim that his department averages 2 of these types of cases per year. And generally they happen around Halloween. However, it did also say that they were investigating one from earlier in the year. So you don't know. There wasn't any evidence left behind. It's almost impossible to catch these people unless someone just happens to be driving by when it happens. And they are offering a reward for any information, but it's just strange that this is something that's happening now. It's starting to spread out more across the country, and you're just hearing more about it.
It's terrible, man.
It is.
I mean, what the hell?
I don't know. You don't usually hear about it with calves. Usually it's full-grown cattle. So that's a little bit different.
I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's definitely on the rise, and theoretically, why are they doing it?
No idea.
I mean, it's not humans. That's not humans.
Well, I would think that a human
would get caught.
Yeah, or leave a trace. I mean, somebody has to mess up and leave some sort of evidence of what they're doing.
Yeah.
And there's never any tracks. There's never any evidence. There's never anything to point to who it was or where they came from or where they went after they finished cutting the cow up.
And it's so hard to, I mean, even if you had like game cameras or whatever, I mean, these are huge ranches. I mean, acres and acres and acres and acres. And it's really probably hard to try to cover that with cameras. But man, it would be nice to... if somebody would catch something, Right.
And I'm sure that there are some of these cattle mutilations that are probably people just doing a copycat thing or trying to be funny or whatever, but there's no way you can explain away all of those.
How horrible of a person could you be to think that's funny and cut off,
Or to do, I mean, there are people out there that do it for weird, rituals and things like that.
Cutting off cow titties. I don't know.
I have no idea. So we'll just keep an eye on Oklahoma, see if they end up getting more of the cattle mutilations now. So let's move on to this next story. And this is also another update for a story. Do you remember the one we did about the man in the jetpack?
Oh, I do.
Yes.
The pilots both seen it.
Yes. So apparently they have seen another man in a jetpack above LAX. And it's the same area. Very well could be the same person. We don't know. They don't know anything about it. They just have had a sighting where pilots reported seeing a person flying around 6,000 feet with a jetpack. And they have no idea. They can't catch this guy. Somehow, after whoever this is being seen, he's descending and then taking off before anyone can find him. Isn't that weird?
It's very weird. Like,
yes.
I didn't know that jetpacks were so... I thought there had to be like 4 people on the ground watching you and like making sure, I'm thinking of the one back when we were kids and they would fly in the Olympics or something, had the 2 big like bicycle handlebars in front and it's like, oh boy, William just went up in the air and it comes back down and I mean, this seems like you can be a superhero.
Well, and it's funny because in this particular article, they're talking about, how yes, jetpacks can reach that height and that, they believe these sightings are accurate because they're pilots, that are seeing them. And there's even, if you look at this article, there's even a link where you can listen to the recording of the pilots talking to the tower, saying, hey, we're seeing this weird object. And they're like, was it, and they're even asking them, was it, a jetpack or whatever? But this one man they talked to, his name's David Mayman. He's the CEO of Jetpack.
His name's David Mayman?
Mayman. M-A-Y-M-A-N.
Okay.
Yeah. He's the CEO of Jetpack Aviation. And he claims that it's unlikely that there's anyone working on technology that could do a flight from ground level to 3,000 feet and then come back down again. That it would use fuel too quickly. It would run out of fuel. And if it was a real jetpack, it would be noisy. People would hear it. They would hear it take off. They would hear it land. And they're claiming that whoever's using this has obviously built something themselves. But isn't it unusual that even someone that's in the industry thinks that it's weird that nobody heard it, or that it went that high or went that fast?
So that's a confirmation for me, because I was pretty sure that they're annoying and they're not practical and all that stuff, or we'd all be using them
right. Or somebody near the airport there, it's got to be, it's not like the airport's out in the middle of nowhere. Somebody has to hear this guy take off and land, or somebody has to see something,
unless it's something more than what we know.
Right.
I mean, this could totally be something. I mean, you can have humanoid extraterrestrials, man. I mean,
you can.
Or time travel. I mean,
very true. Maybe the reason nobody sees him take off and land is because he doesn't take off and land.
Coming through a damn portal.
Just appears and disappears. Yeah. So, I don't know. Very strange.
It's really weird. It's kind of like the drones. Mm-hmm. That whole drones mystery that happened last year or whatever.
Right.
They still don't know.
No, they never got answers on that, and they don't have answers on this either. They're just asking, just report it to see if anybody comes forward or has any other information.
It's freaking weird, man.
It's very strange. I don't know. All right, so speaking of weird and airports, let's talk about the story. And this is, again, something we've talked about earlier in the year. And this is from O'Hare International Airport. Now, do you remember back in February of this year, early, we talked about this story about the security guard that reported a sighting of a very tall, solid black creature with glowing red eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a long story where he told, he's the guy that escorts deliveries in and out, and he saw this thing near the fence, and he went over because he thought it was a person, but it ended up being this huge, strange, humanoid type figure. So we have another report of this at O'Hare International Airport, and this is from a USPS employee. So this witness that gave this report, she has worked for the United States Postal Service for 17 years, and she's worked at this particular O'Hare sorting facility for the last 15 years. So she knows the airport, she knows the area, been there for years. And on the night in question, she was going towards her car after her shift, and she was checking her text messages on her phone, and she said that there wasn't really any other people there around her. It was just her. She said most of the other employees leave right after the shift change, and she sticks around to make sure the transition happens. And so she's walking to her car, and she noticed what looked like a very tall man at the very far end of the parking lot. And at first she thought it was one of her co-workers, but as she was going towards her car, she hit the button for her car alarm to deactivate it, and it turned on the headlights, and the headlights illuminated the figure at the end of the parking lot, and it turned toward her, revealing a pair of bright red eyes and spread what looked like a giant pair of wings. And when they asked her how big the wings were, she said she couldn't give a definitive answer, but her guesstimate was about 10 to 12 feet across.
Jesus
so this thing
Christ.
was huge. And she said it began making a series of clicking noises. And she described it as a cross between like a click and a chirping sound. And then it let out a loud metallic screech, sort of like the brakes on a large train. And then it just started running towards her, at which point she freaked out and ducked behind her car, and it took off into the air and disappeared very quickly. Now, a lot of the things that she said were very similar to that other report. The screeching noise, the wings taking off very quickly, and the fact that it's O'Hare.
Yeah,
Airport.
everything happens at O'Hare. And
Right.
Chicago, there's been so many flying humanoid reports over the last couple of years in Chicago. A lot of so many so that some people are like, somebody's trying to write a book, and
Right.
this is ridiculous. It's not happening. But man, that's a load, and it always it's supposed to be ominous and foretelling of things. But my
Right.
God, any weekend, you got 50 people getting shot and murdered in Chicago.
Well, I think in this particular article, it says that since August of 2019, so just a little over a year, there have been at least 10 sightings in the airport area. And of course, there's, like you said, there's been a lot of winged humanoid sightings in the whole Chicago area, Illinois area. And a lot of them have the red eyes, the screeching noise, the taking off the big wingspans. So just another really awesome kind of...
Yeah, the screeching thing is strange because of all the sky trumpet quake thingies, that are not named correctly. Like what we experienced. And it sounds like...
It is also a screeching noise.
It sounds like mechanical equipment and in the sky, but it is so eerie when it happens to you because... And you can watch these videos all over YouTube. It still happens every week. You can find it from somewhere, and it makes no sense.
Absolutely no sense.
And nobody has an answer for it at all.
Right.
But what if it's just a bunch of these damn Mothmen,
I mean, I believe in Mothman. I believe there's flying humanoids and people see them. And I have yet to hear an logical explanation that satisfies everything that's being seen.
I totally believe it because of what happened in Point Pleasant.
Right.
The witnesses in Point Pleasant were so credible, and the tragedy was so horrendous that, I mean, at that point, I don't know, there was too many people and too quickly, and they all saw the same thing, and it's been seen other times throughout history.
Right.
I do think it's something, and that would not be as hard to keep secret, I guess.
Right.
And my God, just the freaking volume right now of the sightings. We need cameras on the sky up there. We need a team up there. I mean, there's something going on.
There is. I agree. All right, so let's move on. And one thing I'd like to mention, and we talked about this last year on Halloween, there is a place called the History Center of Olmsted County. And they last year did a creepy doll contest. Do you remember this for Halloween? It was like their way to celebrate Halloween. And so the History Center decided to do the same thing again this year for Halloween. And you can go to their Facebook page, the History Center of Olmsted County on Facebook, and you can participate in their second annual creepy doll contest. It was a really big success last year. The dolls were super creepy. Now this year, I went and looked at the contestants, and they're not quite as creepy as last year, but this year they decided to only use dolls that had a connection to the area locally. So it's actually much more interesting when you go and you look at the dolls. They have them all up there pinned at the top where you can see all like 9 or 10 of them at once, but when you scroll down, there are individual posts telling you the story and the history behind that particular creepy doll. Some of them are from the early 1800s. They go all the way up to the 1960s, and they're doing some other events a long time. It's all virtual, so anybody can participate. They are going to crown the winning creepy doll virtually on Halloween night, and they're going to post a recipe for specific cocktails that you can make at home and toast the dolls along with them as they're doing their event. I think they're going to have a live band playing some scary music, and I'm pretty sure every doll has its own special cocktail, so you can, plenty to choose from. And there's also going to be a creepy doll pageant for humans. So they're encouraging people to dress up as a creepy doll and send in a video. And the winner will also be announced on Halloween during the live stream. So a lot of kind of fun, creepy things just to do, at home if you don't have anything else to do on Halloween.
Right.
So the voting is still going on. You still have until the middle of next week to get your votes in and to go look at those cool, creepy dolls and read about their historical connection. And I don't know, it just seems like a really cool idea for a history center.
Okay.
To do that. If you're local, you can go see them, live.
Right.
Creepy dolls. You love creepy dolls, I can tell.
Yeah, you can tell. We can continue anytime you want to. You didn't have to be, you didn't have to have one in your freaking room growing up. So.
Your mom still has a lot of creepy dolls, doesn't she?
That stupid freaking 3-foot one. That stupid 3-foot one. It's an antique.
That makes it creepier, doesn't it?
We can't throw it away. Mm-hmm. Stupid freaking doll. Hate that fuck. I mean.
All right, so let's move on to some space and UFO news.
Space and UFO space.
So just a little note about NASA's OSIRIS Rex mission. This is the one that they were sending the probe to the asteroid Bennu to get a sample. And the other day it did land gently on the asteroid, and it has grabbed some of its rocks and are going to bring that sample back to Earth. I don't think it's due back until like 2023, but the mission, I do believe, was successful as far as getting the sample. You don't think it'll ever make it?
Nope, it's still gonna make it.
I'm really interested to see what they find, because, asteroids are supposed to have all those building blocks of life and organic material, and you never know what you're going to find on some random asteroid just floating around in space.
I mean, hopefully it's just precious metals and stuff. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I think that's what they're hoping for. The whole asteroid mining thing, where there's gold and precious metals out there. So speaking of NASA, they have said that they are going to make an announcement about an exciting new discovery about the moon. Mm-hmm. They're supposed to make the announcement on Monday.
Yep. So very, very, very soon. So
yes. So
we might not be able to wait till the next show on that. We might have. Well, we could tell it on the live stream.
That's true. That's true. I don't know what it's about. It's going to be a news conference at noon on Monday. You can go to space.com and watch the live stream, or you can go directly to NASA's website. And just the fact that they're calling it an exciting new discovery is really weird, because we're talking about the moon here. Supposedly we knew as much as we could possibly know about the moon. We study it all the time. It's the closest thing to Earth. So I have no idea.
Well, maybe they're going to explain how it's the perfect size. Mm-hmm. It makes no sense for where it's at. Being in the exact spot it is, and the exact size it is, and the exact composition and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Without it, the Earth would be in chaos, and it works just perfectly, but that makes no sense whatsoever. Maybe they'll explain that.
Perhaps. Now, I know one of the speakers that they have on Monday is the project scientist for a mission. It's called the SOFIA mission, and that stands for Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy. Basically, it's a giant plane that goes out of our atmosphere, stays in orbit of the Earth, but does tests for the moon just to avoid the interference of, Earth's atmosphere. So I don't know if that particular mission has come up with something new. I know they've got this whole Artemis mission that they're excited about coming up, so who knows what that's going to be. I'm really excited to see what it is, and I'll definitely be watching on Monday afternoon, and hopefully we'll have something super exciting to report about it.
That'd be great. I mean, normally NASA lets us down huge.
Yeah, they'll be like, super exciting discovery, and then it's nothing.
Yeah, so I mean, it'd be nice if they gave us something big this time, well, we were up there looking and we saw this little bastard. He was mooning us. So on the moon, we thought that was rather clever, and so we named him Mooney, and he had a flag sticking out. Well, it was our flag. Signed,
that would be a bit disrespectful, I think.
Just a little bit. That's what we thought, ma'am. Excuse me, who are you? Are you with the press?
I'm with the press.
Okay. Well, listen. We're going to take care of Mooney. And this whole press conference, you're not supposed to know about it yet. It's going to be Monday, but it's NASA, so, we leak. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what it is.
It will. And, I don't think it's going to be a thing as exciting as, hey, we saw a UFO near the moon, or there's a UFO on the backside of the moon, or structures on the moon. But, one can always hope, right?
Well, I mean, it is October.
It is.
And I said the alien invasion would be in October.
This is true.
So they could say, well, this is really strange, but we were up above the pollution and the global warming blanket, and because we were looking and oh my God, what we seen was unbelievable. It appears there really is that pyramid on the moon after all, and it was lit up. And when we were looking at it, it was looking at us. And then we seen these little UFOs come out, and it looks like they're heading toward Earth. They should arrive on November 4th. Just saying.
Well, speaking of UFOs, I did have this story about the new documentary, The Phenomenon, which we have watched. Mm-hmm. And it is a UFO documentary. This particular article is about the retired Air Force colonel making his bold UFO claim in his final interview. I will say the documentary had lots of different interviews in it, pieces of different interviews from a lot of different people. The one in this particular article was Colonel Robert Friend. He was over Project Blue Book from 1958 to 1963, and he was pretty funny in the documentary, especially the way he said it. He, insinuated that they closed Project Blue Book because they did know what it was. Like the interviewer was like, well, did they close it because they couldn't figure out what it was? He's like, oh, or they did know what it was, and he gave like that sly little grin.
Right.
He did everything but wink.
Yeah. It was a creepy little grin, actually.
It was. But there have been a lot of news stories about it. It's a James Fox documentary. It's supposed to be very eye-opening. I did enjoy it. I thought it was very well done. It goes through the whole history. Of course, they definitely go through all the history of UFOs and the Roswell incident. My favorite part was when they talked about the nuclear weapons. And how, all the instances where the UFOs shut down the nuclear warheads and things like that. And they had eyewitness, interviews on there, people that were actually there. So
yeah, well, I will say, and I don't want to poo-poo on anything. I thought it was boring. I thought it was, for anybody who has, who keeps up with ufology.
Right.
I knew every single thing and had seen every single thing on the documentary. There was nothing new. There was nothing groundbreaking. It was the same old rehash that you can watch for free. So I don't know why you would buy it or rent it or whatever. And yeah, being well done is one thing, but presenting yourself as having something groundbreaking, when it's nothing groundbreaking. I was listening to those interviews about the Minuteman missiles in 2010 when that first really broke, and there was some amazing. Jim Harold has a good one from back in that point on the Paranormal podcast archives there, but I knew everything on there, and I think anybody who keeps up with anything, even half-ass, would know most of it. And so I was a little bit disappointed in the fact that when you're looking at something like groundbreaking,
right. No, I did expect there to be more new information, but I think for people that don't keep up with the UFO thing, that are just just heard of Roswell or just don't really know all the in-depth stuff like we do. Yeah, it's a good thing.
if you want a 101, sure,
right,
it's great.
All right, so while we're speaking of UFOs, let's talk about one of your favorite UFO sightings because it's Halloween. Newspapers are doing all their Halloween stories now. They're doing their ghost stories. They're doing different, like, this is what we ran on Halloween this year. And one particular paper said in honor of Halloween, there's a column about Florida and the unexplained UFOs over Gulf Breeze.
I love the Gulf Breeze sightings.
Yes, I knew this was one of your favorites. And this is a claim from a couple named Ed and Frances Walters. And they had dozens of photographs and a 1-minute, 38-second video that Ed had shot in, I guess, over a 6-month span, like from November 1987 to May 1988. They had spaceships over their home in Gulf Breeze, which of course is in Florida. And, they weren't alone. There were other people that saw these UFOs. There was even a city council member that said he saw a bright orange object fly over, a retired newspaper publisher, a doctor, a chemical engineer and his wife. Basically about 100 witnesses all backed up their claims. And Ed Walters, they didn't just see the ships. They had burnt grass. They claimed to have seen an unearthly blue light that once froze his legs to the ground. They heard things in their mind, like instructions that the aliens were giving them. Just tons of things that happened to them for this one little span of time. And so it's really interesting. I don't think that there was ever any explanation. Of course, critics claim the whole thing was a hoax, but the photograph was really, really impressive.
Yeah, listen, it caught my interest during there was the Primetime Live special I always talk about. It was in 1988, I think. I think it was 88. It may have been 87. Pretty sure it was 88. But it was the one where it's that amazing special where it was like UFOs, exposed or whatever. And tonight we're live, and they did the whole thing, and it had like the guys on there, blacked out, where it's like, rah, 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 rah. And they were talking about the crystal that they could look into, and that aliens had. They had the whistleblowers on there, but the one thing is they went live to Gulf Breeze on there, and they had all the people that have been witnessing that, and they showed a lot of that stuff that night. But that to me was the end all be all best special in UFOs ever. Right. It was so fantastic, and it was so cool because it was live, and it was like, if it wasn't live, I bet they wouldn't let them air this.
Yeah.
And
no, they were smart about doing
it was
the
awesome.
live thing.
It was just so awesome. That something like that needs to happen again. We get a lot of people together and do it and have some whistleblowers, and I don't know. I would watch that again. Right. I would watch it once a year. Right. It's just that exciting to me every time I see it.
Well, and I love the fact there were so many witnesses. And it kills me that people are like, oh, that was a hoax. And even though there were that many credible witnesses, like we're not talking about, just homeless people or, any Tom, Dick, or Harry. We're talking about, people with high-ranking professions that probably weren't going to just come out and say they saw a UFO if they didn't.
I would trust the homeless people first. I mean, they're the ones that are always out there, boots on the ground. I mean...
This is true. I will say, I did see this article about one of our favorite people, Miss Demi Lovato, who has been doing some UFO spotting. And
doing some Demi Lovato spotting.
She has shared some footage on her Instagram. And this was back like on the 17th. She shared some astonishing footage of what may or may not have been a UFO soaring through space. And I looked at it. It was very interesting.
UFO-ish?
Yeah, it was very UFO-ish. And at the time, she was with a small group of people. She says small group of loved ones, and with Dr. Stephen Greer. And they were in Joshua Tree. So, they were doing the thing where you call...
Contact in the desert.
Yes, where you call out to the UFOs. She did talk about how much she enjoyed it. People, in the comments, people just gave her such a hard time in the comments, saying, I can't believe you believe in that and stuff. But, I don't think
the U.S. Navy believes in it. The U.S. government just has a new thing. And you know what I can't believe you believe in? I can't believe you can still stay in your mama's basement at 53 years old and just talk crap to one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood that's on there with a beautiful soul, and everybody likes to give her, let's talk about her, gain 2 pounds, and let's talk about this, or let's talk about that, or let's hack her own private photos. Thank you, by the way. Let's do all this. Leave them alone, man. It's just a person that out there doing this, and you know what? They should believe in it because it's real. You know what's not real? Your life. So, because you don't have one. Anybody that goes out there and you just attack people online, I'm so sick of it. I'm just going to go get one of these rings that I have access to, and I'm going to put out my own little Twitter and Instagram thing. It's going to go, come fight me. And anybody that wants to talk crap on anybody on the internet from the safety of your basement, just come on. I'll give you the first shot, and then I'm going to eat your soul.
Well, regardless, I love that she's on this journey.
Sorry, let me go from John Hawkins to John Edwards real quick, okay?
Okay.
John Hawkins has to go. See you, John.
Well, I love that she's on this journey. I think it's really helping her. She's been doing the meditations and all the things that you do to prepare yourself to do this contact. She even talks about the app that they have, the CE5 app. It teaches you all the protocols of how to do this yourself. And she said, if you don't get on the first try, keep trying. That it took her several sessions to tap into a deep enough level of meditation to, be able to make contact. But I know that she believes heavily in all this stuff, and I love that she is very open and willing to share her experiences.
Okay, listen.
Regardless.
I am too, and that's great. I am so sick and tired of online bullies.
I know.
I'm tired of it. I am tired of people, not just online, but bullying somebody because they're different. Bullying some poor kid because he has a handicap. Or she has a handicap, bullying somebody because of their weight or because of how their hair looks or their skin color or their speech impediment or anything that makes them special and unique, because we are all unique. Nobody is exactly the same unless you're a freaking identical twin. I mean, and then hopefully you have a different personality, but I'm just saying we're all special. And it sounds like an after school special, but it just is so shallow, so wrong, so over. I'm just done with it, man. I don't care. It's got to stop. It's just got to stop. And that's why I love this community, because our community and our listeners, you know, I love when they reach out, and we don't care. You know, we are at the forefront of, we don't give a damn if you have 17 eyes and you know, whatever. I mean, if you've got something to contribute, and we love you just the same. We love you for the soul that you have. We love you for the communication. We love you for the kindness. And you know, we get crazy and we have fun and we tell funny jokes and all this stuff, right? But listen, you're not going to find any two people that are more open and loving to whatever or whoever comes our way than us. You know, everybody's invited to join this club. So if there's other clubs that don't want you or whatever, you come join our club, because you get the absolute VIP membership. And you know what? With us, the stranger they think you are, the more we're probably going to like you. So if you do have that weird appendage coming out of your butt, just come over here and we'll shake it. So it's I don't know, man. I feel bad for children that are just a little bit, you know, maybe they're too rambunctious, but they have a heart of gold. You know, and you just, when you deal with that yourself, you think about how that little heart can get broken.
I know.
And it breaks my heart thinking about what kids go through, because I think of how kids were mean to me, and I really did, man. I had a heart of gold. I had the most innocent heart, and I just loved everybody, and I wanted everything. Everything was sweet to me, and all this stuff. And these kids were so mean in school. They were so mean because I was sweet. And that's really the reason. Like, I remember picking flowers and giving them to a girl because I thought that's what you did. And I remember all the boys making fun of me, and like, it was horrible, man.
Boys are stupid.
It was really bad. It's like, it just makes me upset, because
I know.
It ruins people. It really ruins people.
No, I agree.
I'm done. I'm sorry. It's a real cause of mine. I got to do something about this in my life. It's somewhere in my life, I have to develop some sort of stance for people that are bullied, and something that helps them, you know, or somewhere they can go, someone they can talk to that makes them feel better or makes them feel like they have something, you know. It's just important. I'll figure it out one day.
All right, well, let's continue. And I thought that was an interesting story, because, you know, last week we had the story about Aaron Rodgers and the UFO, and now we have the Demi Lovato one. And, you know, that's not the only stars that have come out recently and said that they've seen a UFO. And there was another article about Miley Cyrus.
Oh, wow.
Who said she had an alien encounter.
Surprised she wasn't let off by a UFO.
Hers was a little bit different. She insisted that, in an interview, that she once had an experience in which she and her friend were chased down by some sort of UFO, but she did admit that they were both pretty high at the time after buying some weed wax from a guy in a van.
Oh my God. Some guy in a van, huh?
Yes, some guy in a van in front of a taco place. And so but she did say it chased them down, and that it messed her up in the head. Like, she was shaken for a few days. And she claims that, you know, she looked at it, she saw something flying, it made eye contact with her, she made eye contact with it. That's what really shook her. And, you know, that she said, you know, it's pretty silly to think that we're the only things that could be in the universe. But I just thought that was funny that she had her UFO experience, you know, when she was really high.
Absolutely. Have you heard her rendition of Heart of Glass?
I have not. Is it good?
It's freaking amazing.
Is it?
It's a couple years old, I think. It's live. But there was another song recently that she did, and I haven't got to hear it yet. But I've seen one of the stories like her fans freak out when they hear this cover or whatever, and I kind of want to look it up now because I can't remember what.
She has an amazing voice.
Oh, she does.
Amazing
But
voice.
she did the Blondie song, and I was like, oh wow, that's she did it kind of rockish,
Yeah.
Because her voice is a little bit different than Blondie's, but I don't know, man. She does have an amazing voice, and regardless of what you think about her, I mean, listen, we were all kids, right? If they had a camera on me,
Yeah, how hard is it to be a kid that's in the limelight?
If they'd had a camera on me, they would have found me naked on a pole. I mean, it just happened,
Well, she seems very unapologetic, which I like.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad she's just living her life,
Yeah.
Well, last thing I'll say about UFOs is I did want to mention that there was an interview with President Trump where they asked him specifically about the Department of Defense setting up the UFO task force. And the interviewer just asked him, are there UFOs? And he's always been kind of danced around that question. And, he's just said, well, I'm going to have to check on that. And he said, I've heard that. And he even claimed that he heard that 2 days ago. It would have been more than 2 days ago now, but 2 days before this interview, he had heard something about UFOs. And he said, I'm going to check on it. I'm going to take a good long look at it. And he did segue right into boasting about the U.S. military and how strong it is. So, of course, all the articles are like saying that Trump appeared to have threatened aliens with our amazing military, which I don't think is what he was trying to do. I think he was just trying to get away from the subject a bit. But I thought it was really interesting. He doesn't really shy away from it. He does make the playful chatter. He doesn't come right out and say he knows anything. He has said that he's seen some, quote, interesting things about the crash in Roswell. But, I honestly don't think that the president of the United States is privy to a lot of that sort of information. I think that's more of a need to know kind of thing.
Yeah, but, it's, I think anymore, it's really getting close.
It is. I think so. And I think that they're ready to burst that bubble pretty soon. I hope. All right, so let's move on to some discoveries. And this first story is about the Nazca lines in Peru. Apparently, they have found a new etching.
What?
It is a 2,000-year-old cat etching that was found at the Nazca line site.
Like a cat did it?
I'm going to show you the picture. It looks like a 2-year-old did it, but it's a cat, and it's on a hillside. Now, the reason that
how did they miss this?
Well, that's what I was going to explain to you. The thing about some of the lines in Nazca, they're just made by scratching away the dirt. So some of them are too faint to see from very high photography. So what they have now is they have a lot more drone type photography that they can use to fly over the hills that get a much clearer picture and are able to reveal newer designs that they were never able to see before, because it's not something you can see from the ground. And if you can't see it from regular aerial photography, then of course it was going to be missed.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
That is such a good, it's so clear. It's like better than some of the ones we've seen forever. And that's just a freaking cat-like cat.
It is. And they say that it dates back to 200 to 100 BC. And, this drone photography that they've been doing, it's led to several discoveries in recent years. In fact, back in 2019, I think we talked about this, the researchers from Japan use some three-dimensional imaging and some satellite photography, and they are unearthed like over 100 new geoglyphs. So interesting new geoglyph. It looks like a cat lounging. You'll have to go look at a picture of it.
I think we need to excavate there.
You think so? They won't, though. It's
I know.
You can't dig.
Historical, blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't want to ruin that cat we didn't know was there. I'm just saying, okay?
Well, this one's believed to be older than any of the other ones.
So what? I'll draw another one. It couldn't be any worse than that.
Right.
They always put over, look how good this cave art was. It looks like somebody had explosive diarrhea and with watercolor.
I'm just curious what they're for, because they claim that, I think one of the theories is that all these lines were used like for travel markers, but if you can't see them from the ground, who are they for?
Well, I mean, that's the rub, right?
Who are they for?
That's
Yeah,
the rub. That's
exactly.
always been the rub. and you know, it's like alien markers, or it's kind of like reminds me of like Thieves Guild stuff. You know, like so these little UFOs are going through, and it's like, oh, wait a second, no, it's got we could stop here. He's got the little astronaut saying, "Come on, yeah." Oh, hold on a second, Jimmy. It's got that cat. Go abort.
Maybe it's like alien grocery store. They're like telling you where to find, like you find the people over here, you find the cats over here.
Yeah. That's I don't know, man. I'm just saying, right? Wouldn't it be funny if we were being all like,
well, we better not mess it up. We don't want to mess. I mean, what else could it be?
and like 2,000 years ago, or 20,000, because they're always lying to us. 2,000 years ago, like, all right, so here's the deal. We're going to put the secret about the cats being the rulers underneath this cat. Don't let it look too good. In fact, Junior, me, you draw a cat on, go ahead, Junior. We're going to, we buried it there. Because they'll definitely dig this up because it's a big marker that couldn't be anything else.
Right.
That's how stupid we are. I mean, at least look underneath. Use your penetration radar.
Ground penetrating radars.
Whatever, yeah. So.
All right. Well, let's move on to this next discovery from Norway. You're going to love this one.
The motherland.
Yes, so this is the discovery of a 1,200-year-old pagan temple to Thor and Odin.
Oh.
That was unearthed.
My dad and uncle.
In Norway. Archaeologists unearthed the foundations of this ancient building in the seaside village in western Norway. They were doing preparations for a new housing development, and the excavations revealed traces of early agricultural settlements dating between...
I bet that housing developer's like, damn it.
I know. 2,000 and 2,500 years ago, including the remains of two longhouses that would have each been the center of a small farm for a family and their animals. But they did unearth this old Norse temple, and it's the first one found in the country. So they're very excited to be able to, excavate in the area, I guess, before they build the housing development there.
They won't build a housing development there. I mean, how could you?
I don't know. They say that the large wooden building, it was about 45 feet long and 26 feet wide, and it would have been up to 40 feet high, and it's thought to date from the end of the 8th century and was used for worship and sacrifices to gods during the midsummer and midwinter solstices. So
like in Greece, right? They the lady over Antiquities there. She was talking in the book that we love so much, The Immortality Key. Just such a great book. But anyway, she was talking in there, and she was talking to him. She's like, when they want to make a development somewhere, they have to send out the archaeologists first here, and it could take years and cost millions of dollars, and because they have to make sure that there's nothing down there. It's really crazy if you want to build something there. And I mean, obviously it's Greece.
Right.
There's probably something under everything, and then underneath the stuff that's underneath. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's just crazy, buddy.
It is. Well, they're really excited about this. Of course, the whole building is not there anymore. They've just got the few remnants, the post holes and stuff, but it was a very distinctive construction that was only ever used in these god type houses.
They should have got Edwards and Sons to do it.
They claim that it would have been very impressive.
We found this longhouse down in the river. It was right down in the river. Craziest thing we ever seen.
Thank goodness it wasn't right there where you were going to build that housing development.
There's this big hole here, and when we got in the hole, it's like it popped right out the river. Strange.
Very strange.
There's nothing here, though.
Oh, all right. So let's move on. And this next story is about a cursed item. Cursed items.
Should we even talk about it?
Yes. So these are some items that were returned by a tourist.
That's a saying. I would like to have a penny Just a penny.
Yes.
For every one of these stories we've done over the years.
I'm telling you. So this is a Canadian woman that has returned 5 artifacts that she took from Pompeii.
Oh, I bet she apologized.
Back in 2005, saying that they've plagued her with bad luck for the past 15 years. And so she's finally decided that that's the reason, and she's going to return them.
Do you think like she killed her dog, killed her cat, got rid of her husband, sent the kids away? You know, after she's exhausted everything,
Well,
she looks over one day
yeah.
and she's like, son of a bitch. You know?
Well, she said that it was 2 white mosaic tiles, 2 pieces of an amphora vase, and a piece of ceramic wall. And she mailed them all back to the Archaeological Park of Pompeii, along with a letter explaining her decision to send them back. She said, you know, at the time she was young and dumb, and she wanted to have a piece of history that you couldn't buy. And she said since returning to Canada with these artifacts, she suffered 2 bouts of breast cancer. She had to have a double mastectomy. Her family's been in financial trouble. There's just been one thing after another, tons of bad luck. And she's decided that she doesn't want to pass these relics on to anybody in her family, that clearly they're bad luck. So she sent them back with the letter and claimed that she just needed to get rid of them to rid herself of the curse.
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I totally believe that.
I would never take an artifact from Pompeii.
Well, I mean, from anywhere.
No.
I've actually had to stop Stacey from taking little pebbles in haunted places before. She's like, "Well, just a little pebble."
I mean, I won't take a piece of anything. I do take rocks sometimes.
No, you better not.
So the items that she sent back, of course, they won't be put back because nobody knows where she actually got them from, but they will be made part of an exhibit along with other artifacts that other people have stolen and sent back. So she's not the only one.
Huh. I mean, if I was going to take something from Pompeii, I would take one of those naked dudes like screaming. Because, I mean, if you're going to be cursed, you might as well have something cool. Can you imagine that in a case when people walked in the house?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what's that? Well, it was the last thing that guy ever saw. I like to remind me that it's not that bad today.
Very interesting. And I know we get these stories all the time. There has to be something to it. There has to be.
It does a lot more for me than Hang On Kitty.
All right, so let's move on. And, you know, we were talking about how it's Halloween and newspapers are doing all their Halloween columns, and you get a lot of interesting stories this time of year. And I wanted to just pick out a couple that I thought were really, really fascinating to talk about. So we'd have like a ghosty kind of article during the news this time.
Cool.
And this particular one is from Ohio, a place called Vermilion, Ohio.
Oh, I love the song Vermilion.
And this is about a nonprofit in the area that are taking a building that was frozen in time and doing some ghost tours with it. So 80 years ago, the town's Victorian-era opera house shut its doors, but they left all of the contents intact.
Wow.
And the new owners of the building, the Harbortown Fine Arts Center, they've moved into this building, and they realized shortly after moving in that they weren't the only inhabitants in the building. They claim that there's definitely stuff going on in the building, a lot of weird stuff. The building was built in 1883, and it's housed offices and a flower shop, and currently it's the home to a dance studio and a music store, and it has this ballroom for private events. But when you go up a steep flight of stairs, there is the shuttered opera house. It has an intact stage, coal-fired lights, curtains, and seats. Everything that was there when they closed it up 80 years ago is still there. Even like coats and things that the workers left behind were still in there. Like, nobody knows why nobody went back to get them or why it was closed or anything.
That place is so haunted.
It's just sort of frozen in time. And of course, they claim that this entire building is haunted, and you know that opera house, you know that thing's haunted. You know it is.
You can't leave a big building like that for a day without it getting haunted.
No, I know.
We talked about this. Now, you leave it that long, and it looks exactly like it did then. That place is not haunted. I mean, that place, I said snot haunted. I don't know why.
No, that's okay.
It sounded like not haunted, though. It's uber haunted. I mean, Jesus, we got to go now.
Well, it says that there's a dance studio that leases space on the first floor, and a number of the students there have had inexplicable run-ins in the building, particularly in the restrooms. And it says that several people have reported seeing a woman in Victorian-era dress in the building. Not everybody's seen her, but they claim that the bathroom is definitely the creepiest area, especially with the girls, the high school girls. They feel really uncomfortable in there. The vanity that's in there is original and would have been a changing room for this woman if she was there, if she was, an opera singer. It would have been where she got ready for performances. And, this lady claims, she's like, I don't know why she would be stuck in there, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that the woman would be stuck. I think that if that was really somewhere she got ready for her big performances.
Yeah, we've
how
talked about that before.
Theaters.
That's like the best thing for them, and it was like their highlight, and they want to go back there.
Right.
We've seen this happen. We've experienced this.
Right. Now, they claim that back in June, she had friends come in for a ghost hunt, and they ended up with odd voice recordings, is what they call them, so EVPs, and they found a lot of electro EMF fields and lots of temperature drops. And supposedly they had a public event in the building once where a woman who attended claimed she was a medium and said that there were definitely spirits in the place. And some people sense a young man and a young woman. Some people sense a little boy. And they claim that there's a balcony where you sort of feel this little boy's presence. And if you put a toy up there, that it will move. So I don't know how many people have seen that, but they definitely have lots of different things going on. They said that there is an area, a back staircase leading from where the bathroom is upstairs, the spooky one, to the stage, and that it's particularly active with sounds of stuff moving around and people walking. And in the corner under the stage, there's the sound of a man's voice that can be heard, low and muffled. They refer to him as the caretaker because that's where someone would have been back in the day, like manning the coal fires to light the stage and, making sure everything was heated and sort of just taking care of what was going on. And they claim that there are all kinds of things still under there. There's fireproof hats and gloves, bib overalls that were just taken off and left there. They found a pack of cigarettes, a tax stamp from a pack of cigarettes from 1940, and they were going to frame it and put it on the wall, but it's now gone missing. So I think the reason that it's been closed up has kind of been lost to time. Nobody knows why nobody went back and got their things, their work clothes or anything. But they are doing, for the season, they're doing, their ghost hunts and lantern tours, and they're going to do the, earlier in the evening, family friendly, a little spookier later at night. And I don't know, it just seems really interesting. I just love the whole history of finding something that's been shut up and not touched for 80 years. Mm-hmm. I just think it's amazing.
No, it's really cool.
Yeah. So Vermilion, Ohio, definitely want to go by and check that place out.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Sounds like a destination.
So I'm going to mention this one other one because I thought this one was really interesting. It's about a city hall building in Illinois at Blue Island City Hall. And this is an article where they're talking to the mayor of Blue Island, and he's talking about the City Hall building that was constructed in 1891. And they were talking about how, one late summer afternoon a few years ago at the City Hall, the mayor was talking to somebody, and this heavy wooden door just opened on its own. They saw it, and it didn't make any noise. It was caught on security camera. They watched the video over and over, and it was very strange because there are bells hanging on the door.
Wow.
So it should have made noise, but it didn't. And the mayor's like, all kinds of crazy things happen in this building. Now, when this door opened, they decided that they were going to go up into the attic. He's like, we need to go check things out in the attic. On the video, like after the door opened, there was some kind of shadowy figure looking thing that went towards where the attic was going.
Ooh.
And so since it's City Hall, there's police officers there and things like that. And so he tried to convince some police officers to go to the attic with him, and only one would go.
Of course.
Nobody else would go. And they went up there, and there was nothing. There was nothing up there. So they talked to this man named Mark Rashid, and he owns something called Southland TV, and he was doing this video segment for a series about mayors from the local area, and he visited the attic with the mayor. The mayor invited him, and in the article they said, did you experience anything up in the attic? And he was like, yeah. He said, and you're going to love this. He said their cameras shut off, that's never happened before, that it takes it's a two-step process to turn the camera off. And 5 minutes into their segment, they realized that they weren't actually recording. Isn't that strange? Mm-hmm. And then all of their energy got sapped out of their batteries, and they got really cold. And so they were just like, you know what? We're just going to go.
Well, if they had waited, it would all went back.
Yeah, probably. But they decided that they were going to leave the building as soon as possible. They did not go back to interview him in that building. So, and a lot of other crazy things have happened. They've seen odd lights going down the hallways. They've seen reflections. One person told the mayor to hang a crucifix in his office and to move this mirror so that it was facing the door so that things couldn't come in. And he took their advice. He did it. He said, people here, they believe in this. They found holy relics taped under the desks and things like that, just where people have felt so odd in this building. And there's lots of flashing lights.
Excuse me, Margaret. We were looking in your room here, and we found this what we believe to be a staff of Moses. It was hidden underneath your desk, taped here.
Yes, it sure was.
And is it what we thought it was there to keep the ghost away, or? And it's very interesting. It does these things, and
yes,
the way it wiggles on the end, it's just very interesting. So can I have one? Do you know where I can get one of those?
I sure don't. I'm gonna quit now.
Yeah, really. The only other thing it talked about was how the mayor was had his niece come visit, and he was posing for pictures with her out front of the city hall. And in one of her pictures, there was a vague outline of a face in one of the upper story windows in an area where no one would have been. So that was really spooky. And I don't know if it was precaution, good measure. He did invite a priest from the St. Benedict Catholic Parish in Blue Island to bless the building. And it does say that the building does house old jail cells and things like that are no longer used. So definitely super haunted building. The mayor's taking it super seriously. And just a really interesting read. There's a lot of more anecdotes in there about the building and about how haunted it is. So,
that sounds awesome.
Yeah. So I love that, you're getting all these stories this time of year. It's one good thing about Halloween. All the papers have decided that they're going to seek out their local.
It's the only time of year they like us, Stacey. It's the only time of year they care about us.
So there's tons of those sort of stories. Yeah. You just look them up. Anywhere you live, you're going to find out what the most haunted location is, or who your local paranormal team is.
The first list I did was I went through and just thought of every town I could. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they all had one. And I was like, well, maybe I'll just do, a list of 10 towns I like and their top thing. But it was just unbelievable this year. It was more than normal.
It was. All right. So let's move on and talk about some paranormal TV shows. And there was an article, I think you even mentioned this in the opening at some point, talking about how Ghost Hunters was not renewed. It was definitely canceled. A&E canceled it. And there's just this article where one of the investigators, Mustafa, is speaking out about the cancellation. He's trying to kind of set the record straight in light of a lot of questions and comments. And so he shared this video saying that there was not really any animosity between the network and the cast members, just that from his understanding that it wasn't getting renewed because there was a lot of confusion in the beginning once, COVID happened and the lockdown, and how it's not really feasible for them to film the show right now. They have a very big team. They have a big crew. They have a lot of people that they send to these locations. So it's not something that I guess the network felt was easy for them to pull off this year.
Yeah.
So they ended up having to cancel it.
Right.
He claims that they have nothing with the network, that everything was great. They were great, but that the show's not cheap to produce. They travel around a lot, and that he feels like that is the main reason why it ended up being canceled.
Well, I have my own thoughts.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, my thoughts are that they use the name Ghost Hunters, and the only thing, I mean, people think pretty much you look at Ghost Nation, that's Ghost Hunters.
It is. I agree.
And I think that if they wanted a show with Grant, they should have just called it The Show with Grant. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Well, they should have done like what Jason did and got a new name, made a new brand.
Yeah, I think, just something, I mean, it's just not Ghost Hunters.
No, I agree.
And they got all these people that nobody knew. So it seems like they got a very diverse group, which is not normal normally, on a lot of those shows. And it seems like they might have done that on purpose when they were putting that together. But,
right.
I mean, all that's great and fine and everything, but it really needed to have its own identity.
It did. And my thought about it is that, if you look at paranormal TV shows, they've somewhat evolved from what Ghost Hunters used to be. And now I know that Jason and Steve and Tango, they still kind of do the same formula, but that's Jason, and that was his thing. That's what people expect from them. And
even when you watch Jason and Grant's nice and everything, but it was, I mean, I don't know. It was Jason, Steve, Tango. I mean, that's really the crust of the personality.
Right.
I think that's what the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And Grant was super nice, but not really the personality of the group.
Right.
It's sort of like the big brother, if Jason yelled at him, you go to Grant.
Right. And I feel like they would have done better, like you said, if they had come up with a new concept or something different, something to make it different. So I don't know, but we won't be having that one. No more Ghost Hunters. So, But now a show that did not get canceled that I am excited about, The Curse of Oak Island.
Yes.
It is coming back on November 10th for their 8th season.
God, I love that show.
And supposedly, history has promised it to be the biggest yet.
Well, it's been the biggest yet every time, and I mean they've not let you down on that.
That's true.
People that naysay it don't watch it. That's all I can say. I mean, because when you pull up a piece of parchment from like 300 feet down or bones or stuff that shouldn't be there.
Right.
I mean, it's awesome.
They claim that this season they're going to use sonic core drilling, strategic dives, and a historic big dig in the swamp, I believe. Because they found that thing that they think is a ship, with underneath with all the radar, the whatever that was they did to find out what was under there. So I think they're going to focus on the swamp for a major excavation to see what is actually down there. And I'm just super excited. They're saying they're going to use new metal detecting equipment to find more Bobby Dazzlers.
Yes.
Love it when they find the Bobby Dazzlers.
Yes, I love the show.
I do. I really like it. I like all the different personalities. It's like they just keep adding people to the team, but everybody has a purpose, and they're so interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard not to get behind those guys. They're very likable.
They are, and I know that eventually they'll figure it out. Eventually, if the island lets them. So speaking of paranormal television, a show that's not technically a show yet, it's still being pitched, but did get a news story on it because it involves Stormy Daniels.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so supposedly Stormy Daniels was spotted ghost hunting in Atchison, Kansas by a news team that was out reporting on their Halloween story, like all the news ones have done. They've been going to the haunted houses, doing their series, and they went to the historic McIntyre Villa, and Stormy Daniels was there. And she is launching some new show about ghost hunting. Supposedly she's had this interest in the paranormal.
Sure.
And the project is going to be called Spooky Babes.
I wonder who the babe is.
You can look up Spooky Babes and see the whole team. Like I said, I will reiterate, this has not been picked up yet.
Yeah.
But supposedly she's been to a lot of different haunted locations.
Oh, I'm sure she has 50 years experience. And,
Right. So I'm not sure exactly what their angle is other than...
Oh, my God.
It's got Stormy Daniels on it, but yeah, we'll see. So
maybe it's a bunch of mistresses or something. I don't know.
No, it's not all women. I did look at the team. There's men and women. It's an eclectic group. I didn't really recognize hardly anybody except for Stormy. I'm sure she's the crux of the show, but I don't know. Who knows? It might be good.
No, it might not. It's retarded.
I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here.
No. I mean, come on. Come on.
Everybody's trying to get into the paranormal game, aren't they?
They always have been.
I know.
It's so stupid.
I love it when people are always like, "Oh, I've always had an interest in the paranormal."
Yeah.
Always.
I know. It's great.
Yeah, okay, so we'll just move on from that and, maybe Travel Channel, who knows? She'll have to pitch it to them. So I just have a few more stories here, a couple of really interesting things. And this particular story is from Egypt, and it's an entire article focusing on the curse of the pharaohs in the time of this pandemic. And should Egypt still be unearthing mummies right now?
I said this on this show.
I think you did.
At the very first of the pandemic. And they were finding all kinds of artifacts in Egypt last year.
Yes.
And I said, you shouldn't be opening those up. I mean, just all willy-nilly and everything. Something's going to happen. And then there was locust. And then I said, okay, when we get the first swarm of locust, we need to stop. we need to contact trace the last mummy we opened and close it. And they just kept doing it. And yeah, I totally believe that they've done something.
Well, what prompted this is recently, like a week or two ago, they found there was this whole news conference with, Mustafa Waziri talking about these 59 sealed sarcophagi that they found dating back 2,500 years. They were unearthed near the step pyramid of Saqqara. And so they did this whole media coverage event, and they were opening some of these coffins, and people were online saying, maybe you should just not do that. Maybe you should hold off on the recovering of the mummies just this year. Just this year. So, of course, they said they aren't going to stop digging, and it was a really big find for them. Something about Egypt just finding things one right after the other. I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the country reopened at the end of June to tourism, but only a fraction of the number of tourists have trickled in. I'm sure that doesn't have anything to do with all the new historical finds that they're coming up with.
I mean,
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay.
So let's move on to this story from Knoxville. And this is not the story about the monkey locally that has been terrorizing a neighborhood. Did you see that story?
I did.
Yeah, there's a monkey that's like jumping on people and biting them and stealing their things. I don't know. It's very strange. I decided not to bring that story.
Yeah.
This is a story from Knoxville about a man who was arrested after causing nearly $30,000 in damages to a cemetery. And he claims that he was attempting to resurrect his grandmother.
Oh, well, I mean, poor guy.
I know. He did admit, his name was Danny Frazier, he admitted to destroying some of the property in an attempt to resurrect his grandmother who was buried at the cemetery. There was extensive damage, including dig sites and broken headstones. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing to try to resurrect her, but apparently it was very damaging. So it does not say whether he was successful in the resurrection. I don't believe so, because I feel like they would have included that in the article.
Yeah. I mean, they might have had a word from the grandmother.
He was arrested. He was charged with vandalism and criminal trespassing. So there you go, people. Don't trespass to do anything paranormal. We do not condone it.
No, not at all. Never a good idea.
No. All right, so let's go on to this next story. Now, do you know all the stories we do about the girls in the schools overseas that, have the demonic possessions, and they'll just be sitting in class and all of a sudden they'll start screaming and all it's like this mass hysteria thing.
That's
and
what
everybody
they say.
Right. So this is a story about a girl who went on her TikTok a video to reveal how she wanted to get out of an exam and skip a bunch of homework that she didn't do. So she pretended to be possessed. She faked a demonic possession in class to avoid having to do this test. And she divulged that some of her friends in the past had used this trick and that it had worked for them. However, it kind of backfired on her. So before the commencement of the test, she started to behave as if she had been possessed, and she was acting out and banging the desk and spoke gibberish and denied the existence of God and claimed that Satan was her father. And some of the people in class started screaming. They thought she was really possessed. It was a really good performance. However, she was taken out of class and taken to a prayer area where 3 men came in the room and beat her with cane sticks to get the demon out of her. So that was her. So then she started saying, no, I swear I'm not possessed. It was all a trick. Please, I'm fine. And they were like, yes, that's exactly what a demon would say to avoid being exorcised. So she ended up being, punished for her little trick.
I bet those guys are just like, I mean, never mind.
Eventually she started reciting verses, and I think they eventually realized that she was not actually possessed. So that is not a good thing to do, I don't suppose.
Wow.
Faking a demon possession. Wow.
I mean, wow.
Yeah. I bet her friends don't do that anytime soon. It was like her public service warning there.
I mean, where do they keep those guys?
I don't know.
And are they in a closet somewhere? It's just like...
I don't know. It didn't say who they were, if they were teachers or if they're just the demonic possession crew that they call in, whenever somebody starts.
I mean, that's crazy. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. See, I'm curious if it would really work for demon possession.
Well, I mean, if the demon's feeling it, maybe.
I suppose. All right, I have one last story.
Okay.
And this is a funny animal story. And it's about some parrots at a British zoo.
Aww.
Well, this British wildlife sanctuary has been forced to separate 5 different parrots because they wouldn't stop swearing at visitors. And the keepers said that the birds encouraged each other to keep cursing, and they had to be moved.
What the hell?
And separated. So the parrots' names were Billy, Eric, Tyson, Jade, and Elsie. And they were, out there with all the other parrots. And when the guests would come in, they would tell them to F off. And people thought it was really funny, and they would laugh, and that would just encourage the birds even more. And so the birds somehow encouraged each other, and they just kept swearing at all the visitors. So they thought that it would probably be best to keep them away from the children, and to separate them. They put them in separate colonies of birds around the park as far away as they could, hoping that the birds would learn some new words and maybe stop the swearing.
Did they teach all the other birds now?
Well, they're afraid. They said it's either going to work or it's going to backfire, and they're going to have 250 birds that swear at people.
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life.
I love that they were encouraging each other.
So do British birds have British accents?
Oh, I don't know. I would hope so.
Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be cool.
I want a parrot that cusses people.
They claim that parrots, they swear to kind of trigger a reaction or a response, so when people act shocked or they laugh, or that just encourages them to do it more. So just like children. They're just like children, aren't they?
Yeah, I really want a parrot that cusses people, though.
I hope they end up with 250 birds that swear, and they'll have to change the name of the park.
See, every time, like when we get rich, there's so many things I have to have.
Right.
You love animals, so I mean, I do
love animals.
I want the parrot that cusses people at the front door.
Okay.
And just when they come, we'll have its little perch there instead of like a doorbell. Mm-hmm. It'll come up, it'll be like, and I want a monkey butler.
Right.
And I gotta have a monkey butler.
A monkey butler.
Wearing the top part.
Right.
And just, I mean, come on. Just trained to come in the room and, grab the hat off your head. Like
take your coat.
Whether
you want it to or not.
Yeah, like really scary, and just with a big stupid smile. And because I wanted an orangutan friend. Just a friend.
Right.
That's my orangutan that we don't ever mention.
Right.
He just sits in the chair beside me smoking a pipe.
And you just want like an old pickup truck so you can go driving around with
No, I have a very well, he's going to wear a smoking jacket.
I see. Oh, he's sophisticated orangutan.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay.
I mean, we'll call him like Bobo Hefner, and he'll sit there with his...
What other animals would you like?
I like dogs. Like
if you have a parrot that cusses at people, can I get a parrot and train it to tell people that it used to be a person, but it insulted us and we changed it into a bird.
Well, you didn't let me finish my dogs.
I'm so sorry.
There's a very specific set of dogs that I want.
Okay.
I want the dogs from Dogs Playing Poker, and I want a little poker table where we have them dinner, and they have to get up there at the poker table, just like the dogs playing poker.
Right.
I want a gigantic rendition of Dogs Playing Poker, and just perfectly painted, beautiful, like $40,000, whatever.
Wow.
Just a huge mural.
Mural.
I want a mural. In fact, I want
Someone named Merle will probably come over and look at your dogs playing poker.
In fact, I want a velvet
Wow.
Dogs Playing Poker.
Yeah. And where am I going to live?
Well, you can live in that trailer that you're probably destined for before I found you. Or you can put up with my dogs playing poker.
I got you. Hey, you get to have your own room. That's fine.
I'm sure you'll have your little sonodium or whatever with, whatever they're called, like the little room where you paint your stupid little paintings.
Right. A solarium.
Solarium, yeah. Not the sundodium.
I'm gonna call it the sundodium.
I mean, we each have our, That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm cool with yours. You don't have to make fun of mine.
We'd never make fun of it, sweetie.
And in the bedroom, I want like a wallpaper of a beach.
Okay.
And then
like they put at the dentist office, so you feel like you're looking at something.
No matter
tranquil.
how nice the house is and how new it is in our mansion,
right?
I want one room at least that has like the old 70s wood paneling.
You want the bed up on like a platform.
And yeah, man, I want like a couch from the 70s, and I want like a phone from the 70s, and like a globe over in the corner, and like
disco light and stuff.
Not disco light. That's in the party room. But I mean, we have to have a little room, like a drug room.
Oh, I see.
Where it's like behind a bookcase, and we'll have passages and stuff, but one of them's just going to be like the naughty room.
Right.
Because I have to have a naughty room on every floor. That way we don't have to go with a bedroom.
I see.
It'd be kind of cool.
We're just going to have to build this place ourselves from the ground up, aren't we?
Well, people can't know where our naughty room is.
No, this is true.
If we do, we can get a construction crew and blindfold them and bring them. What? And just put them.
And then murder them and put them in the walls so they can never reveal our secrets.
No, that's for the treasure. And we only have to do that to one person.
We'll need a place with a well.
Yeah, you only got to throw one. You got to throw one dude down there, and
the rest will be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, they just protect it for eternity.
Oh, wow.
That's how it works.
I see.
And it's not hard to find a dude. I mean, we can take a trip to LA and just pull somebody in the car. I mean, there's enough of them out there on the street. They probably won't even care. They get air conditioning for a couple thousand miles.
Wow. This has gone very south.
It does that toward the end. But if you've made it this far, you probably, are good friends of ours anyway. So
probably.
Listen, guys, we have the watch along. Okay. And it's like a hop along, except you don't hop, and it's cool. So what we're doing, it's going to be Thursday night, October
29th.
Right after Ghost Adventures.
Yes.
So
11 p.m. Eastern.
Watch Ghost Adventures. As soon as Ghost Adventures is over, you get to tune in. If you're a patron, you get to tune in to us and be ready with your Netflix gimmick. And we'll give you a little countdown, and we'll watch Poltergeist. We'll have some fun facts for you during it. Maybe some little trivial facts and all this stuff. But make sure you got all your popcorn out there already, because we're not going to be able to stop it or anything. So you're going to have to pee in a bottle or something, because I know I am. But it's going to be fun. We're going to watch it live together. And then if you happen to miss it, or you got a party that night or whatever, it'll be up on the Patreon, so you can go back and do it anytime. And hopefully it's a hit. And if it's a hit, what we'll do is we're going to start doing one of those every month. If we like it a whole lot, God knows how often we'll do it. But basically, Mystery Science is what we're looking for. You'll be able to see us during it. Obviously, we're gonna do it on the video, and
right.
but we're gonna be watching it, so it'll be a lot of fun, guys.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it, and that's the next time you should hear from us. And right after that, you'll get our actual Halloween episode. So it's I was wanting to name these Halloween 1, Halloween 2, and then Halloween 3 Season of the Witch, because we all know Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is the best Halloween movie that has nothing to do with any of the other Halloween movies. And only Halloween fans will know that. But I am going to introduce Stacey for the first time ever to Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. And it's a big deal to me. This week, I swore to myself I'm going to do this. So it's.
So I don't have to watch the other 2 Halloween movies?
Well, you've seen them, right?
I have not seen them.
Jesus!
I have not seen. Well, I feel like they're slasher movies. I just don't really watch slasher
oh my
movies.
God. Oh my.
So is that a yes? I do have to watch them all.
Dear God. From my lovely wife Stacey, who's had such a sheltered life. My name's John. So long from the sideshow.
Good night.